everybody. Thanks for joining a few minutes early. I'll get started in 2 or 3 minutes. There are a couple of items in the nest you might want to have a look at in the meantime. Okay, it's just gone 4 o'clock, so I'll get started. Thank you very much to everybody for joining us today. For those who are new to the space, I hold these conversations every Thursday night at 9 p.m. and every Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern. And the purpose of them is to run through the news. We use lots of mainstream resources, but we also draw heavily on the use of open source intelligence, a lot of it from some great accounts here on Twitter. In addition to covering the news, we also try to present tools and techniques regarding open source intelligence analysis. So whether you're new to it or you're a long-time practitioner, we do hope that we can help everybody bring their skills up. Finally, we'll often try to have guests who are doing work in this area to come on and talk about their projects. In that way, we hope that we can introduce you to some people doing good work in an effort to try to build collaboration and more work in the community. These spaces rely heavily on the use of the nest, which is the area at the top of the spaces window where links to individual tweets appear. If you were to scroll all the way to the right-hand side, you'll see that's the invitation to today's space. But if you click on it, it will open up a thread, and below is the agenda or my speaking notes for today. I try and put all the material up there to provide sources for almost everything I say. In that way, you don't have to take my word for what we discuss. And also, if a subject interests you, then you have a starting point to go away for further research. We do like to try to get the audience involved. So if you read ahead in the agenda and you see any items that inspire questions or comments, when we get to them, you can request the mic, which is the button in the bottom left-hand side of the Spaces window. And if during the conversation you're enjoying what you're hearing, please do consider retweeting it. That's the button in the bottom right-hand side of the Spaces window. We'd like to get as many people involved in the conversation as we can. So today's space, we don't have a guest with us today. We had a great discussion with Chris Bollinger on Thursday night about artificial intelligence applications for various purposes, including particularly imagery analysis and opportunities to come up the learning curve sort of as an OSINT community. We were considering having some guests for this session, but because of the crazy events that developed in Russia with the Wagner revolt, we just didn't have time to coordinate anybody to come and speak with us. It's probably a good thing because there's a lot to discuss. For those who don't know, we held sort of an out-of-schedule space yesterday afternoon to discuss the Wagner Revolt. I felt that since 24 hours had passed, that we had a lot more clarity about what was going on. That was just, I think, 2 or 3 hours after the shock announcement that the revolt was coming to an end. It was quite a long space because the updates were broken up with audience discussion, so it ran 4 to 5 hours, which is a lot to listen to, but there is a recording of it. As a result, we're not going to cover all of the material. I did forward some of the most important points to today, maybe 10, 15% of the material, just in case you're coming to it new, or you may not have been able to join the conversation yesterday. We'll do a recap. For those of you who did hear it, I'll aim to get that done in maybe 15 minutes or so. So, please do hang out, maybe grab a glass of water and check back in. I will start just by running through some of the basic resources. Again, there aren't quite as many because it was a busy time the last couple of days. I'm going to start from the right-hand side of the nest. So the first item on the right, of course, is the invite to the space with the agenda in the thread behind it. The second item from the right is just a reminder about our next conversation, which looks like I didn't update the text for properly. It will not be on Sunday. It will be on Thursday, but I got the date right. So Thursday, June 29th at 9 p.m. If you're interested in joining us, you can set your reminder now. The third item back is just a note that friends of our space are streaming this discussion on YouTube. I would encourage you to join us here on Twitter so that you can be a part of the conversation. But if you ever miss a discussion and you'd like to catch up, you can go to the YouTube channel and find it there. Or if there's a conversation we had in the past on some subject that you're interested in, you can always try and look it up there. So sort of switching nest directions, the second item from the left is our community calendar. And we developed that because the search function in Twitter for spaces is not very good. We have several friends who host conversations, including our friends at Tochny, who I think have just wrapped up their conversation. It was a great one. And in addition to the spaces entries, there are some outside entries from universities and think tanks who are holding discussions either about the war in Ukraine or about OSINT. If you open up the calendar, the individual entries will either have a registration link for upcoming events or generally a recording for past events. If you have any events you know of that are coming up you think would be interesting to the community, please do DM them to me or to my co-host Jacoby or our friend Planet. I think she changes her name a lot, but I think it's still Planet Baroque, who is in the audience. In that same tweet, I have a couple of events and podcasts I'll highlight quickly. I'll put these up individually in the front of the nest. So if you just bear with me, the podcasts include I was trying to open apparently a Spaces link to put it up in the nest, and opening the Spaces link within the space was too much space inception for my emulator, which crashed, and I couldn't recover it in time. So I'm sorry about that, but we'll just keep on rolling. Hopefully people can find us. Perhaps somebody, one of my co-hosts or somebody, could put a link to this new space in the replies to the space invite. That would be appreciated. Thanks very much. I was just starting to talk about some upcoming events. I'm going to avoid that one link that just killed the space. But the one podcast that I'll highlight this week is the conversation with War on the Rocks, where they spoke with Michael Kaufman again, who's one of the foremost experts on the Russian military. And he notes that this was recorded, I think, on the Thursday just before the events with Wagner unfolded. So they don't address it in this conversation, but it is Kaufman's thoughts on the progress of the Ukrainian offensive, which of course will be, the main issue we're focused on going forward now that it looks like a lot of the politics of the Wagner revolt are very slowly unfolding. The one event that I'll highlight is it's the second item back in the nest now. It's from a site called Space Data Hackers, and it's for those who are interested in geospatial intelligence and satellite imagery, and it's a free to register space, free to register talk on learning more about how to handle data of satellite imagery. So you might find that interesting to you. I'll run through a couple of resources that I saw in the last few days. There aren't all that many this week. I'll add these to the nest one at a time, so you should see them populate. The first of which is a little mini thread put up by an OSINT account here on Twitter, which is, in this account's opinion, 10 of the best websites that cover U.S. defense and military matters. So little lists like that, little lists like this I find can be helpful to discover new resources that you might not be aware of. There were a couple of interesting tools released in the last few days that relate to satellite imagery or to geolocation. The first of which is a tool called SatGPT. And the idea is that you can just write in plain text the things that you'd like to find within satellite imagery. So it's an attempt to use, I suppose, some sort of a language learning model in order to allow you to find things more quickly and perhaps more accessibly if you only have a passing knowledge of the GIS and related tools. There was also an interesting video put up by an OSINT account here on Twitter that should appear in the nest in just a moment. It's 3BM15, who I've seen do some interesting work, although they tend to be a little bit in the background. And they put up a video where they showed a tool that they're developing in order to allow you to draw features and then use that drawing to search for similar shapes in, I think, based on color differential in satellite imagery. And so the example he uses in that video is drawing a stand of trees that has a fairly unique shape, and then using it to search a database of images, which give you several possible matches. And the idea is that it will definitely shorten your search space. My understanding is the tool isn't actually finalized yet, but it could be an interesting addition to your toolkit. For those who are following sanctions developments closely, I thought another interesting resource is this new tool put up by the EU. Now, the odds that anybody listening would have access to knowledge about sanctions evasion may be low, but I still think it's interesting to see the development of these tools in order to help enforce sanctions. And so they have a new whistleblower tool where you can make anonymous reports. So I thought that was a pretty innovative. Now, sort of one positive and one negative coming up. So I'm going to start with the negative. And every so often, I'll put it up in the nest so everybody can see it. Every so often, I go into a little bit of the philosophy of open source intelligence. And in this case, it was some criticism that came out from Blake Hertzinger, who is an intelligence professional. And you'll see his quote there is that he hardly has words to describe how worthless most OSINT professionals are. On Twitter, the number has to be less than 10. And that comes up in connection with all of the media storm around Wagner's revolt. And I hear that frustration. And I mean, this is a common refrain that you see around, that the average level of quality isn't that high. I want to point it out to do two things. One is to say that, I mean, the same could be said for media based on the idea that if anybody can set out their shingle and represent themselves as a journalist, the average quality of people claiming to be journalists would be quite low. And so, I think what that does is speak to the goal that I have here with this space, which is rather than focus on the negatives in the OSINT community, is just to highlight the positives and to really build a list of great sources that you can rely on. So that was point number one. Is to emphasize the positive view of OSINT, because frankly, I think it's amazing that we have access to the resources that we do here on Twitter. And there are some terrific accounts. I would definitely put the number at quite a lot more than 10, but that was first. Secondly, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to remind people that what we do in these spaces is not exactly open source intelligence analysis, right? There are a lot of steps in the analytical chain, including collection of data. Then often the data that's collected is incomplete and doesn't even permit analysis. And then you have to wait for additional details to trickle out, or you have to realize that your analysis is inherently going to be incomplete and you can only talk about alternatives rather than what is definitely true. And so what we do here as more, it's a combination of news aggregation, community building, but then also the idea that news aggregation is one of the first steps in the analytical chain. And we try to filter so that it's particularly relevant and high value information. Some of that, what we present will actually be completed analysis, but some of it is just anecdotal, or it's part of the building the overall picture. So I just don't want to give the impression that we are doing full analysis here in this space, but that we try and touch on a wide variety of topics, because there's a wide variety of OSINT analysis that's done, whether it's geolocation, battle damage assessment, satellite imagery analysis, work with electronic radio matters. There is quite a lot, translation. And so we're trying to get a broad swath of the areas of interest and make connections that aren't happening otherwise. And I think that there's value in that. So I'll step off my soapbox, but that was the point I wanted to raise in response to the criticism that OSINT on Twitter is worthless. And I think that you do have to be aware that there are lots of accounts that are not particularly thoughtful and not applying a good filter. But that's true in many fields. So it's a lot of buyer beware. And hopefully we do a good job here. If you have any specific feedback, if we make a mistake, or if you enjoy the concept of what we do, always appreciate feedback. So let me know. So that was sort of the negative angle of things. As more of a positive, I just wanted to highlight some of the fun that you can have with OSINT type work. It should populate in the front of the nest in just a moment. And it's a tweet from, it's a geolocation puzzle that was solved. There, I think it's just populated. By Geo Rainbolt, who is, regarded as one of the best geolocators in the world. And there's this funny habit or trend that's come up now with people doing like food reviews that are at unusual locations. And then they'll essentially say, haha, it'll be impossible to be geolocated where I am. And then they tag Geo Rainbolt. And then he consistently geolocates what many people expect would be the impossible. So I just put that up as a fun example. And if you have a look at Geo Rainbolt's account, you'll see he's done this several times, including one where I guess it went viral. The video of him solving it. I think somebody took it and posted it to TikTok. And then as a result, the restaurant where the food was sold went and put a special, like a secret menu item up in his honor. So that's just the lighthearted side of things. Okay, so I'm going to jump into the quick recap of the Wagner Revolt. I'll try and do this in about 15 minutes. And then we'll get into today's updates. And there are a considerable number of insights that have come up in the last, 15 hours or so. I'm just populating items to the nest. So bear with me just a moment.
Just while you're doing that, in case anybody is looking for the YouTube stream, it is the very same link that is linked in Michael's agenda that's included on tweets that were sent out earlier. So the link that's in the nest is still good.
Thanks for that. Yeah, it's a real pain that first space crashed, but we'll do what we can. So the first set of materials on the Wagner Revolt, we'll start with the first item in the nest on the left, is a map that includes timing of particularly important events on the march of Wagner forces toward Moscow. I thought this was one of the better maps that was developed, to the extent that it wasn't really terrain control. Others were trying to color it as if Wagner controlled terrain along the route, when it seems like they tried more or less to bypass the larger cities, including Voronezh. And I liked this map by Damian Simon because it included a timeline of significant events along the route. The and then one item just populated into the nest very slowly. So what's now the first item in the nest is the link to yesterday's space. So if anybody didn't hear it and wanted to go and listen to it, perhaps jump around through it because it's quite long. The option's there for the recording. So the recording is the first item in the nest. Damian Simon's map with events is the second. The third item in the nest is the thread from GeoConfirmed, and I'll almost always include them because they obviously do great work identifying where things happened, and you get that level of verification. So this is their thread where they were posting as much verification as they could to collect it all together. The fourth item back in the nest, and I'm really essentially going through things chronologically now, is this all kicked off when Wagner put up a video claiming that the Russian Ministry of Defense had carried out a missile strike against a Wagner training camp. There was a lot of doubt about the authenticity of that video. It was a little bit graphic. They claimed there were casualties. They did show what looked to be the remains of at least one person, but it was, sort of a glancing shot. And it, if it had been a large strike, you might have expected a more detailed video showing greater carnage. And so there was a lot of skepticism about whether that was authentic. Subsequent intelligence that's come out that we'll get to suggests that the Wagner push into Russia was planned for days, if not weeks in advance. And so this idea that it was precipitated by a spontaneous event, I don't think a lot of people believe that anymore. But after that, Prigozhin put out this video in which he essentially vowed revenge for the strike on the claimed strike on the Wagner camp. So you can see the fourth item back is the translation of that message by War Translated. The fifth item back is just a more fulsome translation because there was a lot of detail in Prigozhin's statement. And in that statement, he undercut a lot of the premises of the war, essentially saying that what the Kremlin was claiming were the basis for it were not in fact true or not valid basis. And it was the most explicit rebuke from an insider of the Russian state, I think, that we've seen to date. So you may want to read through the comments that he made because a lot of people only saw the highlights. So that's the first block. I'll put up the second block, which is about the capture of Rostov. And so the first item that I'll discuss, it should populate in a moment, was the fact that Prigozhin very explicitly highlighted the idea that what they were doing was not a coup, but instead a march for freedom. And he tried to make clear that his quarrel was with the Russian Ministry of Defense and not with the Kremlin. So he was calling for the removal of Defense Minister Shoigu and Chief of Staff Gerasimov. And he made several statements about the idea that they were trying to avoid violence. Now, of course, there were casualties in this revolt. But, as they were happening, he was claiming that Wagner didn't fire first. They only responded, that they were fired upon by the Russian Ministry of Defense. And I guess this was him trying to, split hairs so as not to be seen to be opposing Putin directly. And so the items should have populated in the nest, the first of which is an article by the Russian newspaper Meduza that consolidates all of Prigozhin's posts on Telegram in connection with the revolt. So if you want to get a sense of the distinctions he was trying to draw, have a look at that article. The second item in the nest is just to highlight for anybody who missed it, the strategy that it appeared to be pursued. So this is Igor Girkin's analysis of it as it was happening, but it turned out to be more or less the way things played out, which is that the main Wagner force pushed into the city of Rostov, which is the 10th or 11th largest city in Russia. It has a population of over 1 million people. It's also very strategically significant. In addition to seizing Rostov, Wagner pushed a column of fighters north toward Moscow along the M4 highway. We'll get into details of that in a moment, but that was the main division. It's not clear how many fighters Wagner had in this effort. The suggestion is that the push north may have been made up of about 5,000 personnel, and the suggestion is that slightly more than that remained in Rostov. The third item back in the nest is a map that shows the strategic significance of the city of Rostov, because it's the area through which the main Russian railway lines run into eastern Ukraine. and that by seizing it, essentially Wagner seized control over the supply lines of the Russian military in occupied Ukraine, which created a lot of pressure. But in addition to that, Rostov is also important because other highways and rail lines then run south toward Krasnodar and ultimately across the Kerch Bridge, which is the supply line to Crimea. So not only did Rostov control the flow into eastern Ukraine, but also the flow of supply into Crimea.
You want to check your mic, Michael? Just for 1 second. Sometimes we have mic problems and we just have to do a reset. Again, the link to the YouTube is in the nest, and it is at the beginning of the nest. If you have any questions or you want to come up and bring topical items to share with the space, please hit the button on the lower right and request the mic. I'm sorry, on the lower left and request the mic. It looks like Michael's having a little bit of a connection problem, so we'll sort of...
No, I'm okay. So sorry about that, guys. Because I run these spaces on an emulator, every so often my microphone develops some lag in it or some distortion, so I have to reset it. Hopefully you were able to hear me up to the point where I was discussing the strategic significance of Rostov. Great. So that's the third item back in the nest. The fourth item back in the nest is just video of the seizure of the headquarters of the Southern Military District, which, of course, is particularly significant. Several other buildings in Rostov were seized, apparently including the police station, post office, the FSB headquarters, and several city administration buildings. And there was plenty of video of, infantry sort of raiding or pushing into those various buildings. There were also several videos that then came out that were filmed in Rostov. And included in those were a discussion between Prigozhin and the Deputy Minister of Defense of Russia. As well, there was a video in which Prigozhin came out and claimed that they had also seized the nearby airfields, which we'll get into in just a moment in more detail. But I'll pause. Jacoby, do you want to go ahead?
I had a question about Rostov. I saw some footage that purported to show people outside of some what appeared to be strategic governmental buildings laying down some objects in front, and they said in the video that they were a type of mining device. And I thought that was a rather incendiary conclusion of the video that I was looking at, but I wondered if you had, or anybody else had seen some evidence to that effect.
I'm sorry, do you mean the use of landmines, like anti-tank mines, or when you say mining?
Yes, they were, and it didn't appear to be a device like that, although it was described as such. It seemed dissimilar from other landmine type devices that I've seen depicted before, but I thought very possibly I might be ill-informed on on what they look like.
Well, I included in yesterday's materials some pictures of landmines, anti-tank mines, having been deployed along some of the main roads at the outskirts of Rostov. I'm not sure of the specific device that you're referring to, but if you happen to find a link that includes a picture, if you put it up, then we can have a conversation about it. And so with the seizure of Rostov and the capture of the Southern Military District headquarters, capture of the deputy chief of staff, defense minister, there was a lot of concern because this seemed like a very serious threat to the Kremlin. You'll see in the sixth item back in the nest that as well, the locals were actually quite supportive of the Wagner fighters. This is just one example of them bringing some food and drink, but there were plenty of examples when they arrived of them being embraced, receiving handshakes. So it seemed like, interestingly, the population was quite in support. And I suspect that kind of footage also contributed to the concern of the Kremlin that there might be a lot more popular sentiment in favor of Wagner than they had appreciated. Putting up the next set of materials, we're going to get into the push toward Moscow quickly now. These items should populate into the nest in just a moment. The first of those links should be to sorry, before I get into it, we have a couple of hands. I didn't see the order. I'm going to go with random and then skate park. Go ahead, random.
Yo. I know we were talking about how this started and everything with the apparent video of the apparent attack on Wagner forces by MOD. I think it's safer to say, just based on what we know, that Wagner was probably planning this since at least June 10th, when Shoigu put out the MOD order, having all PMCs basically subsume themselves to the MOD. And Prigozhin, that was pretty much like the line that Prigozhin was probably going to cross. So I see a lot about it, but I know it's referenced a lot in the Washington Post and recent articles, but when that feud got to the point where the MOD was going to crack down on PMCs, it was that order out from the MOD that probably set this whole chain of events off in like the fuse part. Other than that, when it comes to the issues, we've also seen footage of border guards at the DNR or LNR, the Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, where basically the border guys just let the guys through. So there's something to be said that while we're talking about Russian populace welcoming Wagner, I don't know if it's the best way to say is they welcome them. It's just that part of the side effects of Putin making his population a apolitical, non-political leaning group is that the apathy to letting people do things like we've seen had a major effect. So, like, these guys took over a city of 1 million people for like 5,000 men, and it was no big deal for the civilian populace.
Yep, great details to add. We did discuss that a bit yesterday. In addition to reports that they were permitted to cross at the border without much challenge, there were also photos that came out of Wagner claiming that they had taken 180 prisoners at one border crossing, presumably of just the border guard staff. That material is in the notes from yesterday's conversation. Skate park, go ahead.
Yes, hi. So about those mines that were asked about, the Wagner forces did deploy anti-tank mines. One way to make a roadblock is to chain up some anti-tank mines, just regular TM62s, into a chain. Or what they have done is that they've made some, taken some boards and taped some mines to them, so that then they can pull them away to open up the roadblock, or close the roadblock by pulling the mines in cross of any approaching vehicle. So it's sort of an expedient and rapid way. So it's more like the police use spike strips to stop a runaway vehicle in the civilian setting. And the other thing is that we saw also some Wagner supporters, actually some of the civilians in Rostov were arguing with the Wagner supporters, and some of the other civilians tried to beat them up for doing it. So the Wagner supporters, the Wagner soldiers actually had to protect some of the civilians from being beaten up by Wagner supporting civilians. So that was really interesting to see.
That's interesting. I had never heard about that idea of joining the mines together, but in a way that they can be drawn like on a lead to clear the road. That's very interesting. And of course, you're right. There was some tension. We discussed it yesterday. There were some videos that came out of people who were angry at Wagner. I refer to the warm welcome they received, but there was some footage of people who were angry. There was some that claimed that they were people in the street who appeared to be drunk, who were confronting the troops. To that end, the Wagner fighters in the footage that I saw didn't appear to be violent, even to those who challenged them. And while there was a little bit of gunfire, particularly as they were departing, but I think that was meant to be celebratory, it doesn't appear that they killed any civilians during the occupation, but we'll wait for further report. Wolverine, go ahead.
So the one thing I was going to kind of speak about is like how the attitude of the people was and stuff like that. And we had something similar that was like that also in Iraq. And part of it kind of has to do with control, even though Rostov-on-Don is not the farthest away. But sometimes what happens is when you have like Putin who just stays up in Moscow, sometimes what happens is that the cities and the areas like that are being directly involved in the combat one or another. In this case, major supply area, the Southern Military District and stuff like that. And what happens is the people in those areas tend to act differently when they're farther out. Like example, when we were crossing the border in Iraq in 2003, we were told when we got to Iraq that, we'd have to worry about all the Republican Guard divisions that were up in Baghdad, that they were going to be the biggest threat, when the units that were actually the biggest threat and that were actually fighting us the most were actually the units that were down south by the border, because to them it was, hey, we're not fighting for Saddam, we're fighting because basically the Americans are invading our homeland, our country, and so they're going to fight differently. So in that case, they could kind of in a way see that with everything going on in the politics and how basically the Russian people are getting screwed over by everything going on, they could kind of see it as like, kind of like they're being, freed from the strains of Putin and the central government or whatever, the Duma up there. So, it could be that that's how they're taking it. And they, if a majority of the people in that area are fine with Wagner being there, and life improves for them under Wagner, then the people are going to support them. But once it starts to turn to shit, or, example, if the Russians were to send armed forces down there to attack, then also in that case too, the populace could actually just say, okay, we're done with this, we don't want Wagner here anymore. Then they could rise up and actually go up against Wagner, making it harder for them to do anything in Rostov-on-Don.
Yeah, the regional nature of support is important, and we may mention in a moment with some sourcing, there are claims that Wagner has been operating out of the air base that is quite close to Rostov throughout the invasion of Ukraine, suggesting that it might not be an unusual thing for Wagner forces to be in the city of Rostov, meaning they might be on better terms with the population, just due to familiarity. But I can't say that for certain. The regional nature of it is interesting, and it's hard to know how their reception would have been. It would have been interesting if the convoy had stopped in, say, Voronezh as they got closer to Moscow, just as another sample in how the local population would have responded. I'll go back to Wolverine and then to Jacoby. Go ahead.
The only other thing I want to say was about the picture with the mine. What I basically did is I took a picture of it and I cropped it so you can actually just see the mine itself, which will be coming up here in a second. The one thing is that, when they set it on those things, I don't think it's wood. I mean, it could be potentially metal. Because that is going to have all the mines on it and stuff like that. But what could be possible is they could actually be kind of making not so much they could be used as something to deter vehicles, but it potentially could also be actually used kind of like a cratering charge also to actually cause damage to the road, which would make it, unpassable for anything pretty much, maybe not tanks, but, a lot of the wheeled vehicles and stuff like that, or potentially maybe even BMPs. So, that's another possibility that charge would be used for is as just a big cratering charge.
Thanks, Wolverine. Go ahead, Jacoby.
Thank you. And you might want to do a mic check too. I had just put in the nest, I think it's second back, the video that I was referring to. I'm sorry about the siren in the background if you can hear it. It indicates that Wagner forces are installing mine barriers, which sort of sounds like what the gentleman was referring to earlier, who I'm not sure who it was that was speaking when you were talking about the barrier mines. And that's what maybe it is there. But I just wondered because I hadn't seen such a device being laid like that.
Thanks, Jacoby. Random, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think it's just a couple interesting points that I figured. One of which is I put in the nest was a poll I found from the Open Minds Institute, which is a poll taken among Russian citizens who place more trust in when it comes to various factions inside the the Russian state in defending Russian borders. And the Wagner group was rated higher than the FSB. So that might play a little bit into what we saw yesterday when the Wagner guys got more clout than the return of the local police and the FSB, given the reports earlier on during the move towards Voronezh that the local FSB agents or local FSB security services were getting out of the way or fleeing town, like we saw in Rostov. Milirovo Air Base is an interesting one. Just as a broader scheme of things, I don't know if we've seen any official of them pulling out of Milirovo since they occupied it. I do know that if there's any group that has been the most beat up, besides the reputation of the Russian government at this point, it is probably the Russian Air Force or the VKS, given that they were the ones who have taken the most notable losses while everybody's just trying to sweep things under the rug, and they still apparently have Wagner troops on their base in Rostov. So we get more into that, but the fact of the matter is that I think one of the underappreciated things is probably the morale of what's going on within the Russian Air Force as much as the MOD.
Yeah, and we will get to some references to even allegations of divisions even within Wagner, because it's been suggested that some of the pilots who have been working with Wagner were quite upset with the casualties they inflicted on, presumably their former colleagues in the Russian Air Force, and that there's dissatisfaction that some of those pilots may not continue. Okay, jumping back to updates. Now, talking about the push toward Moscow. We had a couple of audience items added to the nest, which is great. So I'm starting now from the fourth item back. It's a tweet by Ukraine Reporter, and it's just a map as helpful reference for the route that they took along the M4 toward Moscow. And you can see in this map, the solid arrow goes to as far as Voronezh, which is about halfway. And my understanding is that they then made it a total of a little over 3/4 of the way toward Moscow, so halfway up that dotted line, so that ultimately they were, I think, within 300 kilometers and, inside of apparently a 2-hour drive at the time that the order to halt and turn around was received. Going to the fifth item back in the nest, just a note that several types of roadblocks were deployed, including heavy trucks, dump trucks weighted down with sand, semi-trucks, buses, This is a video demonstrating that the Wagner convoy was not slowed down by those items very much at all. Having trucks just pushed off the road or driven around. As you approached Moscow, there were videos in the material we discussed yesterday of them tearing up the road to dig trenches and ditches. I don't know that Wagner encountered any of those, but the convoy did move toward Moscow at remarkable speed. The sixth item back in the nest is a note that along that route that the convoy moved toward Moscow, they actually passed 3 or 4 Russian military facilities that are quite close to the highway. And so this is the tweet from Thomas Tyner noting what those facilities are and just marveling at the fact that none of them were mobilized, or if orders were given, it doesn't appear that any of them came out to physically oppose the convoy on the ground. Just as a note random, I think you might have an open mic. The 7th item back in the nest is a map showing several of the bridges over the Oka River. And I'm just highlighting this to say efforts at roadblocks apparently weren't an impediment. They passed these military facilities and went unopposed. It's possible that the defenses that were being established at the river might have presented the first actual impediment to them, but they were never tested. Okay, so the next set of materials, some of these are actually updates from today, so they should be new to those who were listening with us yesterday. There's a little bit of quantification here of costs and casualties and so on. So if you bear with me, they'll populate in the nest in just a moment. So the first item to note should appear in a second, is that a fuel depot near Voronezh was set on fire. The tweet in the nest is the firm's data on that. There was a good analysis done, I believe, by Caliber Obscura, that because there were claims it was actually struck by a Russian helicopter that was sent to attack the Wagner forces. But in the video, it seemed to be clear that it was either a flare dropped by the helicopter as they were trying to avoid attack from the ground by Wagner, or possibly one of the air defense missiles shot by Wagner at the helicopter that went astray, or it missed its target. In the footage, it appeared to be a very close miss, and that it may have landed in the oil depot coincidentally. Reports from the ground were that one 5,000 cubic meter storage tank burned, and that several adjacent were damaged. But I'll pause for a moment. We have a new speaker, David. David, go ahead.
Yeah, hello from Munich. First of all, for me, it's a celebration day because I think Ukraine won the war now, and Russians will, lose the war by themselves. The other thing is, we are talking a lot about their fuel tanks, and I don't know how much the Russians are losing. In my opinion, I don't think that it will be important anymore, because when you look at the fact that there are 27 PMC private military companies, and for example from Gazprom, that's huge. I think we will see completely other things in Russia happen, and they won't have the power to continue to fight in Ukraine. And in my opinion, it has a reason that Prigozhin went to Belarus to build something up. I don't know what. It's just a pleasure for me to see that, because I used to work in a security analytics think tank, and we worked a lot with Russian propaganda and the way of Russian thinking. And I have to be honest, it's like this country of self-destruction is now about to burn down. And because of that, I think we shouldn't look that much about those losses. We should help Ukraine get the next 3 weeks, 6 weeks done, and then the whole hell will be over. And that's my wish.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dave. I'm sure that many here echo your sentiment. I think we're almost universally a pro-Ukrainian space. So I know a lot of people share your hope that Ukraine gets more assistance, particularly as it looks like Russia is distracted.
Yeah, but not helping. Like I'm from Germany, and I'm ashamed about what we did, and I'm ashamed about that I voted for the guy. But I really hope that it will be weeks now. That those 27 private armies, they all have their interests. Like Wagner has big interests in Africa, and the best Wagner soldiers are in Africa, and they're doing their jobs, and that's the place they earn money, not in Bakhmut.
Yeah, so hopefully it is precedent.
I hope it's. I seriously hope. I hope it's done by fall. Yeah.
Okay. Well. Yep, we'll definitely check back in the fall, and we'll see if Dave's prediction is right. Jumping back into the updates, so the costs of this revolt. So there was the damage to the fuel facility, which is the first item in the nest. The second item back is Oryx's new list, the Chef's Special, documenting equipment losses from Wagner's 2023 mutiny. So you can check that. I think he's continuing to update it. My understanding was that some imagery of additional Wagner vehicle losses came out this morning. So that list may continue to grow. The third item back in the nest is a graphic that was put together by a Ukrainian magazine, and it refers to the assumed cost to the Kremlin loyal forces in terms of the loss of helicopters, with it being estimated at $110 million just in aircraft, and then you have to add in the human capital of the training of the pilots, and it's believed that between 13 and 20 Russians were killed, likely that 13 wasn't pilots, and then a few on the ground. Exit, do you want to go ahead?
I noticed that we have OSINT joining us, and I had wanted to ask his opinion on some of the comings and goings that have happened over the last couple of days, because I hadn't seen him around yesterday, and I wondered if he would mind letting us know what he thought.
So, I guess I haven't really had a chance to prepare all of my thoughts. I've sort of been taking notes. I guess to me, this is surprising. I think I expected a different kind of power play. I think a lot of people expected a power play from Prigozhin, but this is above and beyond. And honestly, my first thought would be he's testing the water. He might have thought that there were elements that were somewhat supportive to Wagner, and that he might have been able to peel away some of these MOD forces. I think the most obvious one would be GRU, if I had to guess, and see, what happens if we march on Moscow. And in the end, you can sort of chalk it up to a failure. Because, he did take this deal. I don't think this is over by any means. And while, portions of MOD did not peel away, the resistance to this effort was, lacking, to say the least. So it's not a complete failure. The rot within the military institutions was maybe not as deep as he was hoping. And had we seen, some of these mechanisms fail, because Russia has, or Putin specifically, has tried to sort of coup-proof the Kremlin by providing, or creating and giving different powers to these entities like the National Guard, Rosguardia, FSB, GRU, Wagner, all kind of having them at loggerheads. So if something were to happen, you would have the other ones to counteract that. That didn't necessarily happen. Not in the way that I think people would expect with a column of Wagnerites marching towards Moscow. So it's not a complete failure. The appetite for destroying these columns and really pushing back in a meaningful way wasn't there. But what also wasn't there was the willingness to come out and back this. Regardless, Putin is in a much weaker position than at the start of this. I don't think there's any way to argue against that. I think if I was Prigozhin, I would stay away from Windows. I don't really see a way for Putin to let this stand as is. But for the time being, this is egg on Putin's face. So I think we need to wait and see. But some of the things I would be looking at is what is going to happen to the Wagner fighters. Are we going to see them officially incorporated into the MOD? I think that is likely, but you're still introducing this element that is loyal to Prigozhin. And that is a problem for the MOD. And that's been a problem for the MOD for a long time. They don't like Prigozhin. A lot of the Slivaniki don't see him as this military figure that he tries to build himself up to be. And his rise was at the expense of a lot of, the leadership within MOD and within these other security organizations within the security apparatus of the Russian military. So I would look to see, does he go to Belarus? Does he end up in Africa? How does that footprint in Africa change? Do we see Wagner incorporated into the MOD in a meaningful way, or does he keep some sort of autonomy over those forces operating in places like Mali, Syria, Libya, Central African Republic?
So glad to see you joining us, OPSEC. You raise a lot of great questions about what happens next. We do have some material from a couple of analysts. Some of them are asking those same questions. Some of them are proposing answers to them. So I saw a couple of hands go up in response to OPSEC's comments. I'm going to work through just the last of the updates, and then we'll get into more of the ones that inspire more speculation conversation. So we'll hopefully have a bit more open conversation in just a few minutes. So continuing to run through the updates in the nest, just a reminder, the first 3 items in the nest are about the fuel depot, then Oryx's list, then the estimate of the cost, $110 million for the various helicopters and aircraft that were shot down. The 4th item back in the nest is an effort from an account, Banzanu, and he's been looking at footage and trying to compile a list of all the equipment that was used by Wagner, which I think is pretty interesting. Some people had noted, that since Wagner had Pantsir air defense systems and T-90 tanks, it was known that they had them, but I think some people were surprised at the numbers that were seen, and that Wagner had control of all of those and had brought them all within Russia, as opposed to potentially having had access to them in Ukraine or not had the opportunity to bring them across into Russia. So it's an interesting idea to have somebody going and making a list of all the equipment involved. The 5th item back in the nest is just a note that the estimated casualties on the Russian side are between 13 and 20. I haven't seen any estimates or claims about casualties on the Wagner side. So if anybody has seen that, please let us know. And then as a final note in this block, which is about sort of casualties and impact, the sixth item back in the nest, it's a tweet from Noel Reports, and he's passing along a report or claim that one of the terms of the agreement by which Prigozhin withdrew is that he must pay compensation to the families of the Russian soldiers who were killed of 50 million rubles. And with the ruble nearing 100 rubles to a dollar, that would imply $500,000 per. Well, if there, yeah, so $500,000 in total compensation. Therefore, split across 13 to 20 casualties. So you can see that the compensation is not significant, potentially working out to between $25,000 and maybe $35,000 per person. Okay, we'll take a couple of comments now. If your comments are just about the general motivations, perhaps you can hold them till the end. But did either Random or Dave, did you want to speak to any of these equipment losses, costs of the?
Yeah. So the.
Okay, we'll go with Random.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, the IL-12, that just got confirmed being lost. So they ID'd is not a insignificant plane, given its command and control nature. That's going to have a crew of around 8 to 10. So and the losses that the Russians took in air assets is not insignificant in the sense that they lost 2 electronic warfare platforms of the Mi-8 variants, Mi-35 Hind gunship, and what has been notorious for the Ukrainians during this counteroffensive, which is one of the Ka-52 flying alligators. So in terms of equipment, that's kind of a big deal for diverting of air assets of any kind of what's going on. That being said, I could go and delve more into what I don't know how many casualties Wagner's taken. We know that they did take some losses, most likely given the convoys and the Pansirs having to be used along the road. Other than that, I just wanted to chime in and say it's great to see the chairman, but he needs to tell us his travel schedule, because the last time he went on vacation, something crazy happened. Then he takes a road trip, and the Wagner group does something even more ridiculous. So, as the guy following Wagner, they seem to know his travel schedule better than we do. So, just a heads up on that. Other than that, we can get more into the fact of the matter is, if you guys have been paying attention, this month has been crazy in news overall. It's the final week of June we're heading into. So, if something else boils over from this, I will not be surprised.
Yeah, I think we should expect some crazy times ahead. Okay, Dave, go ahead with your comment, but if you can keep it fairly brief, appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Sorry for talking the second time, but I would be interested in your opinion if this whole thing changed after West won the 21st second again, after everyone said, okay, it's like a downgoing. My English is not that good of the Western society and the Western militaries of the NATO. Did this whole thing change everything? Also, when you look at China, what do you think? I would be really interested in your opinion about that.
Okay, I hear your question. When we get to kind of broader conversation, in a moment, we can get into how people are responding. From our discussion yesterday, certainly in the early hours of the revolt, it seemed like China was assiduously keeping coverage of it off their news pages. And I haven't heard that China has made any particular official statement. But maybe we'll hold discussion for that beyond that. Go ahead, Jacoby.
Okay.
I'll hold my comment until later. Sorry.
Yep, sure. Dancing Fox, did you want to come in on any of the loss items?
Okay, thank you, and sorry for my bad English. I'm from Ukraine. Okay, I'm speaking from a country where rockets, jets, and total corruption. One question is why United Nations are so helpless. Just one.
That's a great question. The United...
We see all all help is needed, but now we are counterattack. Help army, help civilian. Sorry. They dying. And Prigozhin is literally circus. I don't understand because Russia don't do anything right. Even revolution. Sorry for my bad English. I'm done.
Дякую. Thanks for your comments. I'm glad that some Ukrainians...
Slava Ukraini.
Here, Slava. I'm glad that some folks from Ukraine are able to join us, and we certainly, are supporters of the Ukrainian effort. Colby, did you want to go ahead?
Yes, very simple. Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. They have a veto, therefore nothing of importance will happen in the United Nations.
That's a pretty direct response to why the UN is not going to be helpful. Okay, I'm going to keep going through updates. I'm still proceeding somewhat chronologically, but I'm mixing in some new material from today. So if you've heard it before, there may be some new items for you. So moving chronologically, we talked about the capture of Rostov. We talked about the push toward Moscow. At that point, the big development where there looked like there was real risk of Wagner, a violence breaking out in Moscow and the speed with which Wagner advanced suggested that Russian opposition may be much weaker than expected. In that context, Putin came out and made a speech in which he opted to condemn Wagner. He called them treasonous, saying it was a stab in the back, and that he would do everything he could to stop this effort. And so the first item in the nest is that video of Putin with English translations, in case you haven't seen it before. The second item in the back, the second item in the nest was Prigozhin once again asserting that he was not looking for bloodshed. Now, of course, bloodshed occurred, but that it was the Ministry of Defense who attacked first. And that second item is because he wasn't looking for bloodshed, he announced that they would be withdrawing. So that's his announcement of withdrawal. The third item back is the video of Prigozhin leaving Rostov. And what's notable about it is the apparent continued support of the crowd. And we already had some discussion about the unusually high level of support in Rostov for Wagner. The fourth item back is just a note about the fact that the Wagner also claimed that it had captured both the Milarovo airfield and the Rostov civil airfield. And we had a brief discussion earlier where Random was talking about the fact that Wagner has been operating out of Milarovo for several months. And so if you look in that thread, it's the fourth back by Guy Plopsky, who does great job covering, military aviation. Down thread, he notes that it was then announced by local officials that Wagner had withdrawn from the Rostov airfield. Interestingly, there's no announcement of their withdrawal from Milarovo. And so because they were operating from there, it may be that some Wagner staff continues at Milarovo, which is an interesting twist. I now want to get into a block discussing sort of the broad set of responses. And this is going to be kind of a lightning tour. So the fifth item back is a post by Bill Browder. It leads to an article about wealthy Russians fleeing from Moscow as the revolt was taking place. And it highlights some of the very richest, including, I believe the name is Muratov, who all fled. Some of them went to Turkey, some went to Baku. And I'm sure that Putin paid close attention to who did not maintain faith in the Kremlin. The sixth item back was a statement by the Russian Freedom Corps, those who are carrying out the raids in the Belgorod region, essentially saying that Prigozhin is a patriot and that if possible, they would do what they could to support him. That's irrelevant now. But interestingly, not only, I'm going to group these together. So it was the Russian, the RDK, the Russian, I think, Freedom Corps, is known to have far-right ties. And somebody has an open mic, has far-right ties. At the same time, some neo-Nazi groups like Rusich supported Prigozhin, and apparently there was also support in prison populations, as there were several riots. The seventh item back, Kadyrov and the Chechens also declared their support for Putin. Yeah, we'll feel free to put your hand up and we'll take comments in just a moment. So Kadyrov and the Chechens declared their support for Putin. The eighth item back is that the FSB, the Russian security service, also came out criticizing Prigozhin and calling on him to stop, which is interesting given there had been speculation about whether Prigozhin had some alignment with the FSB that allowed him to be so brazen in the last few months. So the fact the FSB very publicly disavowed his actions, also interesting. Putin also reached out to his CSTO allies. That's the ninth item back. That's an article from Medusa. He spoke with the leaders of Belarus, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. I understand he also spoke with Erdogan of Turkey and a few other leaders of Central Asian republics. There was mixed reception. The Belarusian Security Council came out with a statement in support of Russia and Russia's military actions in Ukraine, invasion of Ukraine. But then the president of Kazakhstan essentially said he viewed what was happening with the Wagner revolt as being an internal matter to Russia, suggesting that he was not lending his, explicit support to Putin. Finally, and I take this more as a bit of a laugh, is I think it's all the way back as the 10th item back. Several far-flung countries also declared their support for Putin, including, and so this is a tweet from Anadolu, which is Turkish news outlet, but it consolidated the fact that Venezuela and Nicaragua, and I believe Iran, elements of the IRGC, all came out in support of Putin. So that's just a tour. It's interesting to see who went so far as to stick their necks out in support of one party or the other. Okay. I don't see any hands at the moment. So, okay, well, having invited it, I guess. Random, go ahead.
Haha. Just the fact of the matter is, I think what people fail to mention is, I don't think people fail to mention, why did I say that? The main thing, the interesting thing about Putin's speech or remarks or something is how late they were. I mean, Putin's always been late, but I think this is one of those moments when you're leading a country that you probably shouldn't be late for responding to an armed revolt in some respects. and then taking the tact he did, and then, like we said, the overall messaging. Because the thing about Putin's is how hard he went in. He used the word treason twice. He used the word armed mutiny, and he also said the phrase "stab in the back" verbatim. So, and then just the and then calls on everybody to rise up, and then has to cut a deal like he did in Chechnya in 2000. So it's telling that in that respect as well when it comes to his remarks. Otherwise, I was going to bring something else up, but there have been a litany of jokes made during this whole affair, and I think that just says something.
Yeah, thanks for that, Random. A lot of people noted the weird combination of Putin apparently procrastinating in his response, or being very slow in his response. But then when he came out with it, he looked visibly angry in that video. And he also did not use Prigozhin's proper name. So a lot of people interpreted that as him actually being personally angry about it.
When he's mad at somebody, he does not use your personal name. Like Navalny, right. He doesn't refer to Navalny specifically by name, as an example.
Right, which led to all that much more surprise when a deal was cut. But Bloke, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, it took me a second to hit my mic. A list of all the units that were standing between Wagner and Moscow, basically, specifically the ones that did not really fight Wagner and basically just allowed them to go through, because I would imagine there's going to be questions here, and maybe to a certain extent, Wagner can still count on the support of certain portions of the military, given the fact that they really didn't fight him, except for the VDV, maybe. Or not the VDV, but the BKS.
OPSEC, did you want to reply to that?
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting point. The MOD itself, when we're talking about leadership and sort of this classic security apparatus and the powers that be, is not a fan of Prigozhin outside of, say, the GRU, where they did have training bases co-located, and they helped establish Wagner in Africa and Syria. But outside of the GRU, which is the intelligence branch of that apparatus, the rest of the MOD leadership is not a fan of Prigozhin. And that's why I think this is really damaging to the MOD, because he did not face the type of resistance that you would expect. And so it's very clear that there is sort of a disconnect between the people who are leading the MOD that Prigozhin has been railing against, pretty much since the start of the operations, going all the way back to Popasna, and the actual people fighting on the ground who seem to have a level of respect for Wagner and Prigozhin. That is a problem for MOD leadership if they incorporate the Wagner Group into that infrastructure.
I appreciate that. I suspect that's going to generate some comment back and forth. I set the updates in blocks. I had one more block on nuclear concerns, which should be fairly brief. Then I'll get into some of the sort of Russia Watcher analysis that leads into all of this conversation. So if the folks with their hands up don't mind just waiting a moment, I'm going to run through the nuclear matters first, then we'll get to you. So I don't want to overstate this. I generally try not to delve too deeply into nuclear concerns, because there's obviously Russia has an interest in nuclear saber rattling in a way to try to deter support for Ukraine. So we don't want to feed into that. But, when you have a mercenary group seizing territory in Russia, and some of that territory has military facilities that could potentially have nuclear weapons in them, that's a major concern. However, there are some experts here on Twitter who give some helpful context to it. So the first item in the nest, and I am not, giving full credit to this claim. I just want to note that the Liberty of Russia Legion came out. They said that some of their sources on the ground were asserting that some of the Wagner forces did reach or go to the facility near Voronezh where some nuclear weapons are stored. There's no detail they provide about them taking control of it. But this is the one claim I saw, and given that it's coming from the Liberty of Russia Legion, they're more reliable than if they were an explicitly Russian source. But again, it's the only claim. I don't know that it's verified. But it just goes to the theoretical claims that people were starting to raise. However, despite that, if we look at some experts, starting with the second item back in the nest, this is from the account Russian Forces, and he is an expert on Russian nuclear studies, nuclear weapon studies. And this is more for your reading and to know who some good experts to look at are. I won't go into all the details of it, but in this thread from Pavel Podvig, Russian Forces, he discusses how hard it would be to take control of nuclear weapons. He says essentially the short answer is that it's not possible for a group like Wagner to take control of and then detonate them. And his thread lays out some reasons why that's very difficult, just to even, get at them. The third item back in the nest that same account Russian Forces highlighted is from Matej Risko, and his is a thread about how even if physical access, so if they took control of nuclear weapons, it would be extremely difficult to get the parts necessary to put them together to deploy them. And again, I won't get into the technical details here, but read that thread if you wanted to get a better understanding of it. Two more points on the nuclear front with regard to keeping the level of tension low as between nation states under circumstances where there's additional uncertainty introduced via revolt. So the fourth item back from James Cameron, who again is an expert in these areas, he was arguing that Western countries should do whatever they could to keep the temperature low. And he was advocating for things like if there were going to be any U.S. bomber flights, that it might make sense under the circumstances to cancel those, just so as not to create the circumstances for any sort of a misunderstanding. The fifth item back is an interesting report coming from an Italian newspaper, Repubblica, saying that apparently NATO representatives reached out, and I don't know who at NATO this would be. I would assume it may have been, U.S. contacts may have been among them, but the NATO representatives reached out to contact the Russian Ministry of Defense, as might be a standard protocol under these circumstances, to confirm that they were not involved in any way in the revolt, to take away any uncertainty about Western involvement when it comes to a risk with the Russian nuclear inventory. So I thought all these details were interesting, and several accounts that follow these matters, they highlighted that this appeared to be the safeguards that had been built up over decades for protocol actually being implemented and followed, hopefully to keep tensions low. So I thought all of this was interesting, and that not a lot of people are covering it. So I know a couple of hands were up beforehand. I'm going to assume anybody I call on is interested in speaking about the nuclear matters. If not, then just let us know and we'll save it. Okay, great. So hands are popping up and down. You guys are confusing me. So I'll go to Imperious Guardsman first, and then to Golden Retriever. Go ahead, Imperious.
I actually wanted to speak to sort of Wagner's influence among sort of lower ranks, the military and FSB. If anyone wanted to talk about the nuclear stuff,
sure.
Go ahead, me.
Yeah, appreciate that. Golden Retriever, go ahead. Golden Retriever, if you're there, you may be muted.
They often sleep.
Okay, so if Golden Retriever comes back, we'll go to her. I'll double check with OPSEC. OPSEC, do you want to talk about?
You jinxed it. She just showed up.
So I was just going to speak briefly to, I think, some of the misunderstandings around like the Budapest memorandum. Everything that you outlined is exactly why Ukraine keeping any of the nuclear weapons that were left after the fall of the Soviet Union was not really a true threat, and it made sense for them to sign the memorandum at the time, even if we have now seen Russia violate that, because they could not actually utilize the stockpiles that they had in their possession.
Interesting point. Area 51, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I'm guessing even like a tactical nuclear weapon, everything's basically guarded by like a code, essentially, right? Like this isn't lighting off an M180 at 4th of July, like you just take a lighter and light the fuse. Like there's a level of security just beyond, getting your hands on such a weapon.
Absolutely right, which is why I included those two threads from the experts.
Sorry, Michael, I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, there's just it's like information overload. So thank you. I'll get to them.
Yep. I totally know how that works. And I know sometimes people will say, boy, there's so much information to cover, which I understand. I see part of my purpose as trying to find those details that are not otherwise covered. And that, you can always just follow my account to see what I'm retweeting. But that some people like to sit in a 1 hour space and just hear the audio of, here's an interesting point. Here's another interesting point that may have escaped your notice. So I know that can be a challenge to keep up with sometimes, which is why I try to provide the written material as well, so that you can always make reference to it. Okay, I think that might be it for hands on the nuclear front. I'm slowly putting up, the material for the next block, which is the analyst thoughts on motivation, and that will allow us to finally get into the conversation everybody wants to have about why this happened and what's likely to happen next. So I'm putting these items up, and then I will, I'll just quickly present some of the perspectives of the experts, and then would love to have a bit of the back and forth discussion. So these all should be populating in the nest.
Mr. Bond, I saw Jane's hand go up just as you were trying to close off that last block.
Sure. Yeah, sorry about that. Jane, I know, had a technical issue. Did you want to come in, Jane?
I can wait till the next block. I'm good with that. That's fine. No problem.
Sure. So this set of materials is some of the reactions of the most, I think, accomplished watchers of Russian politics, Russian military. Starting with the first item in the nest, and I know this is a lot of quick material, but I'm just going to give you the highlights of the unique points that these folks raise, and it's there for you to take away and read in detail. So the first tweet is from Tatiana Stanovaya, who is regarded by many as one of the best commentators on Twitter with a deep knowledge of Russian politics. And the very brief explanation of hers is that essentially all the parties involved here were caught off guard. That Prigozhin seemed like he was driven out of desperation to take these steps, and that he wasn't well prepared for the effort, that he had to make calls on the fly, that he may not have expected his convoy pushing toward Moscow to advance and have success as readily as it did, that it was really intended as a political ploy, and that the Kremlin was also caught off guard, so that everybody was just unprepared for what happened, and that that's why it was such a confusing set of circumstances. The next tweet back in the nest is from Rob Lee, and his argument is a little bit different, which is not that he thinks that it was a matter of desperation or existential for Prigozhin. He doesn't believe it was a coup. He describes it as a mutiny with the goal to be coercive, because he thinks Prigozhin was motivated by the changes to the rules requiring private military companies to contract with the Ministry of Defense. And so that's very much Rob's focus. And I understand it seems like he was supported in that U.S. intelligence officials came out yesterday and said they similarly thought it was the contracting requirement that was sort of the last straw that pushed Prigozhin to act. But that's a little bit different interpretation, because it suggests that it was more premeditated, that it was based on an evaluation of political leverages. So I find that an interesting contrast to Tatiana Stanovaya. The third item back is from Dara Massicott of the Rand Institute. And the 2 points she raises I wanted to highlight are, number one, she believes the risk to Shoigu and Gerasimov, that as between the two, Gerasimov is at quite more risk. She seems to think that Shoigu is politically protected, more so, and that we should keep an eye on Gerasimov potentially being replaced. She also highlighted the fact that the videos that were released of the two generals, Surovkin and I believe Alexeyev, calling on Wagner to stand down, she suggests they look coerced. And therefore, and there hasn't been much word from either of them, directly since Prigozhin turned around. So she's suggesting that we keep an eye on the fates of particularly Surovkin, since he had been so closely associated with Wagner interests in the past. The fourth item back is Michael Kaufman. And essentially what he's saying, it's almost similar to Stanovaya's analysis. So where Stanovaya says that everybody was caught off guard, Kaufman is suggesting rather that both sides made tactical mistakes, that potentially Prigozhin may have underplayed his hand, and that the phrase Kaufman used, I thought was interesting, was that Prigozhin does not have a solid theory of victory. He didn't really know what he wanted to get out of this, which is almost in contrast to Rob Lee, right? Where Lee is saying, no, Prigozhin wanted to maintain the status quo with regard to the contracting. But Kaufman's saying, well, there wasn't a lot of detail on theory of victory. He also highlights things that our speakers have raised. I think it was Random, who referred to the fact that the errors made by Putin were not opposing it more forcefully and allowing it to go as far as it did. I thought there was one more. It may have been removed. Let me just check. Yeah. So let me put these items back up in the nest. I guess I appreciate the help in clearing the nest out, but we lost two items I wanted to mention. So as these appear, the second item back in the nest, it's from Clash Report. It's one of the breaking news accounts. I generally won't make use of them, but I couldn't find the Der Spiegel article it referred to in time to put it in the materials. And so, interestingly, the German newspaper Der Spiegel is making the argument that Prigozhin did not receive the support that he expected, suggesting that he may have launched it with a speculation that by challenging the Kremlin, even though he didn't say it explicitly, that by challenging the Kremlin more directly, others may come out of the woodwork to support him. And when that didn't happen, that was the trigger for him to take a deal. It's also, I don't know if this point is made in the Der Spiegel article, but there's also the sense that if he was waiting for others to come out and support him, it may actually have been a negative for him that his convoy made progress so quickly toward Moscow, because that reduced the amount of time available for the tension to build and people to come out and support. The last point before I go to hands, it's the first item now in the nest, and it's by Rajan Menon. He goes through the interesting exercise I thought was worth highlighting of run through these facts without names. Imagine that it's not Russia, which to a degree takes it out of context. I understand that. But if you want to think about who wins out of what happened, think about it as just a leader of a mercenary outlet and the head of a major state responding to the challenge. And in that way, you can say things like, well, what did Prigozhin have to begin with? He had control of Wagner, but he was threatened by the MOD. At the end, he loses control of Wagner, but, it's expected that the threat from his opponents will go away, versus Putin, who started with this mercenary unit that was quite valuable to him, although perhaps not with great control. And in the end, he's had a challenge to his authority, and it looks like he's been showing to be weak, and he's lost a lot of the value in that mercenary unit now. And so when you sort of strip the names away, it allows a little bit different analysis. Okay, so we'll finally go to hands if you guys want to have your conversation on it. I'll go to OPSEC first and then to random. Go ahead, OPSEC.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to cover there. I personally sort of tend to align with what Rob Lee was saying. I think the incorporation into MOD makes sense in terms of that being the final straw. It undermines his political position, but it also undermines his stream of income, which he's been getting from the resources that Wagner uses to sort of pay for and exploits from the countries where they do deploy. And I think it's also important to note, as I was saying before, that he has enemies in the leadership of the MOD because his rise has been at their expense. So this force that he has built, this force that was then used in Ukraine, is going to be then incorporated into the command structure of the people that he sees as his enemies. So he's losing that influence, and in doing so, also building up and propping up the people that he sees as those who have been undermining him consistently. And I think it's important to remember that this group has sort of operated within the shadows for a long time. And it wasn't until, 2022 that we saw him come out and actually say, yeah, this is my group, I fund them. Until then, he had been completely separated from them. So he kind of went out on a limb there. And to that point, like PMCs and mercenaries ostensibly are illegal in Russia. So he registered this company. He came out in December 2022 and registered them as a consulting group. So the MOD would be aware of this. The Kremlin would be aware of this. He went out on a limb and said, yes, this is my private military, and it is being utilized by the Russian government to achieve their goals. And so I think this not only put him in untenable position, but it also created a lot of problems within the MOD and that leadership structure that they felt that they had to address. And I think they went about it and got a little bit too confident in how they could then incorporate this group into the MOD when they are loyal to Prigozhin.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that'll probably inspire several of the other responses. I think it was random and then imperious. Go ahead, random.
I'm beginning to think that there's something similar with the word haphazard and standard procedure in Russian, the way that crisis and opportunity have that thing in Chinese, because there were mistakes made by both sides. But it is, after studying the history of other civil conflicts inside Russia, it's not at all surprising that there were some haphazard mistakes made by both sides, whether it be Prigozhin, assuming he had more support, or the MOD or Putin thinking that they would have more resistance, or not paying full enough attention to what's going on. Speaking of which, we talk about these two figures, and we haven't seen them in public or publicly since this all started. and that is Sergei Shoigu himself and Vladimir Gerasimov. And there are obvious rumors on Telegram about Gerasimov. Those are not confirmed; those are unverified. But it is telling that the two men at the center of this, with the feud with Prigozhin and in between, that are basically Putin's main men, have not been seen since this whole thing has started, and that's going to have to play out in a certain way. Given the other situation where we have these guys, the other sets of generals like Surovikin and Mishyshev. The general named Mishyshev should be a familiar name. I'm probably butchering it, but he was the deputy defense minister who was recently fired and then hired to be the deputy chief of the Wagner Group by Prigozhin after the unnamed deputy chief was killed in Ukraine, according to the GRU. Anybody who actually knows who the deputy chief was, please contact OPSEC. He's still trying to figure that out. The other thing is you have this position now where basically everybody knows the Matryoshka doll has been unfurled. There is missing a few layers of the defense of the homeland. So the tiny doll was inside the big doll the whole time. There was a shell of defenses that did not get engaged, and the Wagner Group managed to make it from their positions at the Ukrainian border to Rostov to Voronezh within a 48-hour period, and almost to the gates of Moscow. And it's very, very, very telling about the state security apparatus situation inside the country. And I think that we have to keep in mind that after Wagner became so big, and OPSEC knows the history of Wagner more, but you now have PMCs that are kind of registered with the MOD, but people forget Shoigu has his own PMC now called Patriot. There's the PMC for freaking Roscosmos, which is the space agency. And you have others for Gazprom, and everybody knows that. What you're having is this fragmentation of little fiefdoms inside the MOD itself, which is not sustainable in any given situation, especially now that the instability has been shown to pretty much everybody. Everybody knows that Wagner got to Rostov, and it affects the propaganda narrative. It affects every narrative. And the main thing is what's going on now is it's not going to hold. Everybody probably knows that this is not a sustainable thing. I know the joke is that Prigozhin should avoid windows. Personally, I think he should avoid any sign that his tea is glowing. But because that's always a classic with Putin. But the other thing is we don't know how this is going to play out now in regards to not just the effects of the war in Ukraine with the Russian logistics and supply situation being kind of hit by this, but also, I mean, there's a lot. There's a tweet that I'll share in the nest from Evergreen Intel, who estimates that the cost of the aircraft lost by the MOD is $100 to $150 million. And the guy who is the administrative head of the State Duma came out and said, "Oh, they didn't really kill anybody. It wasn't a big deal."
Yep.
Yeah, this is a problem.
There's certainly, I mean, it's looking more and more like it's not resolved. Your points about people having not appeared, whether it be Shoigu, Gerasimov, Surovikin on the Russian side, or Prigozhin also has not spoken on any of his remaining available social media accounts since apparently he withdrew from Rostov, except for an enigmatic post that was an image of him putting his like a cartoon of him putting his finger to his lips, and it said something like "plans are best made in silence," which I think was intentionally mirroring the statement of Budanov. Yeah, so we'll keep going around. I think it was Imperious Guardsman, and we'll see from there.
Thanks. Before I get into my point, is Roscosmos hiring space shuttle door gunners? Asking for a friend.
I think it's more the opposite.
Seriously.
It's more the door gunner. They don't have a space shuttle anymore. The Buron has not been operational for quite some time.
Well, I'm sure you can hop in a T-72 turret and go orbital, right? Like that's probably the job description. But anyway, I think well, I would actually propose that we could probably split the difference between Michael Kaufman's sort of confusion about Prigozhin's theory of victory and sort of Rob Lee outlining his sort of aims to maintain the status quo of Wagner. Right, he could have very well had this intricate plan to march all the way to Moscow, right? But not actually a clear idea for how that gets him what he wants, right? It's kind of like in World War II, where the Germans were like, yeah, we'll just keep driving east, and then eventually the Russians will give up or something, right? Like meticulous planning to actually do the thing, but not clear planning on how that actually achieves the given goal, right? And I think this sort of ties in to the sort of support we saw for Wagner, or at least ambivalence on the part of the Russian military to actually respond. We saw a significant amount of support both from civilians and random military units here and there. I don't really like citing him as a source, but Igor Shushko had posted this tweet of units that were supposed to be showing support or had sort of completely gone over to Prigozhin in terms of giving him support. And while some of those are suspect, like the border guards who basically just sort of said, hey, none of our business, go right on through. There were a couple of sort of Spetsnaz, GRU, military intelligence units that Wagner has historically drawn from that seem to have involved in the planning of this, and have been corroborated to be sort of working with Prigozhin by more reliable sources. So I think we can kind of say that there is a disconnect, but between the establishment, Siloviki, and their actual guys who might look up to Wagner more, and can obviously look up to a Wagner paycheck more, right? Like they'd rather their wives get 20,000 USD cash than a sack of potatoes if they bite it. But because of the political apathy in Russia and just sort of the general confusion, it's quite hard for Wagner to actually turn that into solid support. And like others have said, Prigozhin doesn't actually have a lot of strong support in the actual halls of power. He has a lot of guys with guns and tanks, but because he wasn't entirely sure he could be backed by the major players, that might have been a factor in him backing down at the last minute with the sort of fuzzy picture when he was actually getting to the point and realized, hey, I'm not exactly sure this is going the way I planned. And yeah, when we were watching it, there was a sort of strange feeling, at least for me, that there was a degree of it being stage managed, but there was also this sense that it was kind of spiraling out of control, and sort of each party was not reacting in the way they had sort of thought the other would, and so on.
Yeah, we had some back and forth yesterday when we were talking about motivation, where I was highlighting, I don't know it makes sense to assume that everybody involved had perfect or even very good information, and that some of their apparent missteps could be explained by just not having great insight into what was happening in other places. To one or two of your points, in the next block of updates, because there was a little bit more on the fallout from the revolt, when some argue that Prigozhin did not get support and that's why he backed down, in contrast to that, for example, Danilov, who is the head of the Ukrainian, I think the Security Committee, I think that's what it's called, he came out today and his argument is that Prigozhin is actually acting as part of a broader group, and these steps are just early steps by that group, and he expects it to continue. So he's almost taking the opposite approach, which is saying, no, there are other unseen forces that are at play. Whether that's correct or not, or whether the other theory is that he didn't get the support he wanted, I don't know that we have enough evidence to go either way. But it's interesting to see somebody positioned like him bringing it up. I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, like, I definitely don't think he would have just done this by himself. It was, there's got to be more than just him deciding to, go on a joyride to Moscow.
Right, which just means that people can remain free to explore the various theories until we get a little bit more information, as things unfold. I'm going to go to Exit as co-host and then to Jane. Go ahead, Exit.
Mine's a little bit longer question. I don't mind letting Jane go first if that's okay.
Sure. Go ahead, Jane.
Okay, well, I just saw a tweet that I'll give you as Comic Relief Day. It says Yevgeny Prigozhin to go to Harvard Institute of Politics. I think that's highly unlikely, but given how serious things have been, it has been a very, very extraordinary period of time. And there's a couple of things that have happened today that I think are of note to know. One is that the U.S. government, the Congress today, has come out in bipartisan support, singing off the same sheet of music, which is almost shocking, but great, that they are foursquare behind Ukraine, and that the cracks in the facade of Putin's leadership are clear, and that I think there is concern about nuclear stability. And I know that's a bit of a hangover from the post-Soviet era, and the loose nukes issue was a big one then. But Mike McFaul had a very interesting comment. Mike McFaul had a very interesting comment to make about 20 minutes ago. He said, the loose nukes are not the issue. Zaporizhzhia is, and it potentially being used as a weapon. I don't know if I agree with that, but I have great respect for him. I think it's a little bit of both. I think we've got to make sure that their stockpiles are under control. And I hope that this leadership situation, while I believe is still very dynamically moving, and I still think there's an awful lot of kabuki dancing going on here, and some of it is people dancing alone because they don't have any partners anymore, and others are who knows what. But I think that there are things we need to watch for. But I am really pleased to see the U.S. government coming out unequivocally for Ukraine today, which is a good outcome.
So,
and
Jane,
in the New York Times.
Oh, it's in the New York Times. I hadn't seen that. Was that the victory conditions resolution?
No,
or was
I'm sorry. It's in the Post, and I will park it in the nest for you as soon as I'm done here, okay? Actually, I'm done. But I think those things are really the important ones to watch out for, and take a look at this. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jane. Exit, did you want to go ahead now?
I would love to. OPSEC, I was wondering your opinion on two things. Can Russia afford to lose the income that they take from Wagner's operations in Africa? And if Wagner isn't operating to the same degree in Africa, will someone fill the void, and who would that be?
So I think it's too early to tell. it's definitely a question I was asking myself. What does this mean long term in Africa? So I think we have to watch that footprint. And what I'm really curious about is Prigozhin going to maintain some level of autonomy over those operations? Because I can't imagine, because it's important to keep in mind the people who are working under Wagner in Africa, it's not the same type of people that are working in Ukraine under that same flag. These are the more traditional, straight from the GRU VDV pipeline type operators who are operating in Africa. It's pretty clear that the Wagner forces are loyal to Prigozhin. And so just incorporating them into MOD is not going to solve those problems for Russia. So I wouldn't be surprised if, he goes to Belarus and then he ends up, in a place that he feels he has a more, powerful infrastructure. He's more protected. I also wouldn't be surprised if Wagner has been, fairly involved with holding up and protecting Lukashenko, which is one of the reasons that I think he was able to influence this deal. Can Russia sustain without those resources? Yeah, I think they can. I think a lot of that was, for Prigozhin's own well-being, and Russia was really using that as power projection. And I think that's going to be much more damaging than losing access to gold, that they're pulling out of these small operations. I think the end goal was to get things like bauxite from Mali. I think that's off the table. That is damaging, but it doesn't really change the calculus for the Kremlin. Because, estimates, $10 million, $20 million worth a month coming out of a place like Mali or CAR, grand scheme of things, not that much. But it's really that power projection and the way they've been using Wagner as this sort of proxy tool of the MOD for so long, that's what they could potentially lose.
Exit, did you have a follow-up?
I did. You mentioned Wagner propping up Lukashenko in Belarus, and I don't think I've heard anybody mention that before. Could you expand on that a bit?
So I don't have anything in front of me, so I think taking a bit of time to really consolidate these facts. But I think it's understood that Wagner was involved in this plot to potentially kill Zelensky early on. And we do have evidence, I think, that Bellingcat brought up that Wagner was operating within Belarus prior to the full-scale invasion. I think you also have to take into account that the IRA is run by Prigozhin, ostensibly at least. And that's the same organization that was trying to interfere in U.S. elections. So they have a footprint in Belarus, but off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly what that looks like. But, there were these scandals about these, crews of, potential assassins operating out of Belarus. And it wouldn't surprise me if they are involved on some level providing security to Lukashenko. And I'm sorry I don't have that info, right at hand, but, I could do a quick search and probably find more.
Yeah, that's no problem. If you do find it, that's great. 2 points inspired by items you mentioned. The first, it's up in the nest. I put it a little further back. I think it's the 6th item back. It's sixth. It's a tweet by All Eyes on Wagner, who this morning noted an announcement by Gazprom that they would get involved in several countries to additionally develop gas production with those local countries, which I thought was interesting given that they've set up their own PMC. But All Eyes on Wagner is noting that the countries that Gazprom is expressing interest in generally are not countries where Wagner has a significant presence. So to the question of what happens to Russia's influence in Africa, That question maybe it remains unanswered, but that there are other initiatives afoot beyond Wagner, and that the ability of Gazprom to create its own PMC might allow Gazprom to use those PMC operatives in Africa as well, which is an interesting development. The other thing I was inspired by that discussion is talking about propping up Lukashenko. I just want to highlight, and I'll find it's in my materials, that there's a theory going around that Prigozhin is going to Belarus in order to assemble fighters for like a sneaky attack from the north on Ukraine. And I just want to say that all the thoughtful analysts I've seen who have encountered that theory have said that doesn't make any sense. So I just want to put that out there. OPSEC, did you want to respond to that?
Just quickly, so what I was referring to, just looked it up quickly. It was this report, where the Ukrainian special services and intelligence units had rounded up 33 Wagnerites in Belarus who had been used in the election to sort of sow discord and create a more favorable platform for Lukashenko, and presumably also for attacking Ukraine. So we know they're there. We've known that since at least 2020. So that's something I just sent you. You can look it over, and if you want to put it in the nest, by all means. And the other thing I would say is MOD is going to have an issue because the way the propaganda has been created in places like Mali, Central African Republic, South Sudan, the infrastructure that they were building in South America, Syria, Libya, the list goes on. It was very pro-Wagner. And so just replacing those forces is going to be difficult. There are pro-Russian and pro-Putin elements there, but they're also pro-Wagner specifically. And we've seen these protests or groups organizing around support for Wagner itself. So pulling them out and replacing them isn't going to be that easy.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll have a look at that Bellingcat article in a moment. Hands have been going up and down, so I'm going to go to Jacoby as my co-host, and then we'll see from there.
Yeah, just a point about what Wagner is or isn't doing, or Prigozhin in and around Africa. I saw much earlier this morning some sharing of flight tracker information showing planes that are attributable, like a 276, or I'm not sure if that's how you call it, leaving Bamako and presumably going towards Syria via their airport not far from Rostov, or ending there. But then I've also seen, suggesting that flight tracker information suggesting Wagner is exiting the theater in Mali for, this could be the first sign. But much after that, there was also flight tracker data showing that that's what appeared to be that very same plane or similar planes, that seemed to be used by Wagner in the region, were entering Mali from, from Syria. So it could very well be that that's just typical movement that has, that is more or less divorced from the activities that have been going on in Russia, specifically. So it's just hard. I think it's just too early to attribute anything to a lot of activities, particularly in a theater so far removed from Russia, and where their activities are so very different right now. So it seems like I think we just have to wait and see how things shake.
Well, I appreciate your instinct in looking at the sort of OSINT angle of the flight trackers to see if there's any change in behavior with regard to Russian activity down into Africa. So keep an eye on it, and as we hold our spaces in the next couple of days, hopefully we can do updates on that. OPSEC's hand has gone up, I think, in response to that. So we'll go to OPSEC and then I think to Kitty, who had been waiting.
Yes, I'll be very quick. I agree. It's too soon to really be drawing conclusions. I think we'll obviously know more in the weeks and months to follow. But I think one of the things that I've seen kind of overlooked is, what does this mean diplomatically for Mali and Central African Republic and Sudan and Libya, specifically Haftar and Syria? They must be concerned at this point. So, do they continue to rely on Russia and trust Russia? What does the populace do? We don't know, but it is uncertain territory for these countries that have sort of put this backing behind the Wagner Group, behind Russia, and especially because we've seen that these countries were already unstable with Mali having multiple coups, Haftar being on the outside of the recognized Tripoli government. We don't know, but I am sure that there are very high-level conversations within those governments and sort of shadow governments at this moment with no real answer.
Yep, there are a lot of detailed answers, and it's almost I can appreciate that to some it could almost be insulting to say, well, what is the impact of Russian activity in Africa going to be when that impact could be highly varied by region? And grouping it together might not make sense. So I'm glad that we have folks who are paying close attention to it, like OPSEC. Kitty, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll go to skate park.
Thanks. I had a question, but first I just wanted to note that Noel reports yesterday that Alexei Dyumin, who's a former bodyguard of Putin and the current governor of the Tula region, might become the new Russian defense minister, replacing Shoigu. I don't know if anyone knows him, but I was surprised to see that. And my question is, we have great U.S. intel. Ukraine has great intel. The FSB, the FSO, nobody got wind of what was happening, or did we?
So we'll come to that in a moment. I do have 2 or 3 more blocks of sort of updates, but I thought since we were at the what might happen next state, we'd let the conversation go. So maybe, Kitty, that question about who knew what when, if we just hold on to it, and hopefully we'll get to it in a few minutes. Skate Park, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. OPSEC, I think, has an excellent point about Africa. Some of these supporters of Wagner in Africa and social media and in the governments there are really big on strongmen. So if Putin looks weak, his support might start breaking up in Africa. But what I didn't see that you have a block on Belarus' role in this. And did you notice that Russia sent 5 Ilyushin-76 to Belarus, presumably to pick up Russian forces, because they have about 4,000 or maybe up to 4,500 Russian troops training on rotation through Belarus. So some of the OPSEC people on Twitter thought that they were there to do something related to nuclear forces, but actually Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, said to TASS that after this, that Russia were securing the nuclear weapons that they were going to put in Belarus. So that seemed like a confirmation that they still haven't moved any nuclear weapons there, but that those 5 Ilyushins were maybe going to pick up troops. So I just wondered if you had noticed that.
So I hadn't heard that statement from Lavrov that the nuclear arms were still being secured. That's interesting. I did see the report of the Ilyushins, and then I saw a report from the Belarusian Hagen project this morning that those 5 planes returned to Russia today. to the same location that they departed from. So to the extent that they were there to pick up troops, I presume that, given the reversal of Wagner, that they've just returned to base. But that was a good observation.
Yes, the Hygiene said that they looked like they returned empty.
Yes, yeah, I saw that. That's a good point. Okay, so we've run through a lot of the hands. I'll keep going with blocks of updates. I think I maybe have 3 blocks left just on the Wagner matters. A lot of these are things that we've now referred to in conversations, so I can probably go through them quite quickly. I'm going to start in the nest, the first of which is that item that OPSEC referred to, the Bellingcat investigation into use of mercenaries. The second item back in the nest, this is more for novelty's sake. This is an interview that Prigozhin gave to the Russian blogger Wargonzo. And it's interesting because Wargonzo in the interview raised the question of, some say that you're being denied munitions because they think that you're assembling them for the purpose of making a push on Moscow. Isn't that crazy? And Prigozhin responds by, laughing, saying, ha, 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 yeah, that's totally crazy, which is just funny in retrospect. And I think this interview was only about a month ago. So it may actually have been a matter up for discussion at the time that they were going to do that. So it's funny. The third item back in the nest, there was some material leaked from within Russia. So the tweet is by Jack Margolin, but he is posting a news article from Medusa. It's in Russian, so you'll just have to use your auto translate. Apparently, details of the negotiation between Putin and Prigozhin are starting to leak, and some of the details include the idea that Lukashenko was involved because Putin didn't want to directly engage in negotiations with Prigozhin, and also claims that they tried to connect Prigozhin and Putin, but that initially Putin tried to reach out to Prigozhin, who did not respond, potentially because he refused to. Then Prigozhin tried to reach out to Putin, and they did not connect. And so there was a bit of a game of telephone. And so there are other details now coming out claimed around the negotiations in that article. So have a look at it. The fourth item back in the nest, this is a report from U.S. sources published by ABC. And apparently U.S. sources are suggesting that among the concessions made in negotiation were with regard to Sergei Shoigu's future. So, this is a single report and it's from U.S. sources, but that just raises the importance of keeping sort of the Shoigu watch on. The next item is actually what Kitty just referred to, is the speculation that one potential candidate to replace Shoigu would be Dyumin. I'll admit I don't know very much about Dyumin's background. But we discussed it yesterday who a potential replacement could be, and nobody in the conversation raised any names. So the fact that one is now being floated is interesting. Kitty, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I would just note that in that report that they said that he may have been involved in the negotiations. He was unofficially resolving the conflict with Prigozhin. Interesting.
Which might give him a bit of a conflict of interest. And then the last item in this block, the sixth item back, is that note from Danilov that I referred to, in which Danilov claimed that Prigozhin was working with others and that this is the first step in a planned series of events, in his opinion, and that we'll see more from that same group. But of course, I'm even making reference to it just because of Danilov's significant position, but there's no evidence that concretely, proves his assertion. But it's sort of a interesting coming from a very connected guy like him. Okay, I'm putting the material for the next block up. It should populate into the nest in just a moment. This is about consequences internal to Wagner. And so the first item in the nest is a tweet from Knoll Reports where Russian media is now claiming that several fighters of Wagner actually surrendered to the police as they were withdrawing from Rostov, claiming that they didn't want to return with Wagner. Now, whether that's out of dissatisfaction with the events of the revolt, or whether it's convicts who perhaps didn't like their treatment, it's not clear, but it's an interesting claim under the circumstances. The third item back is more dissatisfaction. This is a video, so it's the tweet by War Translated. This is another video put out by that same group of storm units who would be on the front line. They previously put out a video supporting Prigozhin and saying that they and others were happy to support him. And now they apparently have put out a video accusing him of backing down and being disappointed in the result. And if this group, who's willing to be so vocal, is then willing to turn around and express their displeasure, you have to assume that's a sentiment shared by many others who aren't saying so. So with that discord, but in contrast to it, the fourth item back in the nest is a tweet by Kevin Rothrock, who is the editor of the newspaper Medusa. And he's linking to a local post from a local Russian media who is reporting that Wagner's recruiting center apparently has reopened. And in particular, it's the recruiting center in Voronezh, which is the city that they sort of fought their way through and around yesterday on their push to Moscow. If Wagner is allowed to continue recruiting, that strikes me as sort of a shocking result. Maybe it's just an oversight. Nobody stopped them, but it's hard to understand what that means. So I just put it out for your consideration. Go ahead, Kitty.
I did see that they were taking down all the recruitment billboards in Moscow for Wagner.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so just as I'm putting up the next block of material, I'll remind you that ours is a space that discusses developments in the news with a healthy dose of open source information from here on Twitter. We do enjoy a bit of a conversation. If you have any comments or questions based on the material we're discussing, you can request the mic by hitting the button that is in the bottom left of the Spaces window. And if you're enjoying the conversation, then you can retweet our space by hitting the button that's in the bottom right of the Spaces window. We'd like to get as many people involved in the conversation as we can. So this next block of material should be populating in the nest right now. This is with regard to just other general fallout from the revolt. So the first item back in the nest, I think it was Random Minutia who made reference to the fact that Kartapolov, who's the head of the Duma's Defense Committee, has come out and, contrary to the reports Peskov gave about the negotiated settlement. So Peskov had said, if Wagner fighters were involved in the revolt, they would not be permitted to sign contracts with the Ministry of Defense. Or that was certainly the implication, because he said in order to sign a contract with the Ministry of Defense, it's only for those who were not involved in the revolt. But Kartapolov has come out and said that those members didn't do anything bad. They were following commander's orders, and that because they didn't hurt anyone, that they would be permitted to sign contracts. So it's apparently they're sort of narrowing the class of people who will be excluded, which is a bit of a confusion in terms of what the expectation is going forward. The second item in the nest is maybe a bit academic, but some people yesterday were referring to what was happening as gang warfare, and that seemed to be a popular analogy for it. But JD Work, who does great security academic work, is saying, well, that kind of ignores the extreme power, the sovereignty that both sides have over their own domains. And in gang warfare, you have to exist within a system that governs your actions around you, but that really there's a lot more sovereign authority for the Kremlin and for Wagner. So he suggests it's not a great analogy. The third item back in the nest, there was a lot of attention paid to evidence that was seized from Wagner headquarters, including money, gold, and some passports. And Kevin Rothrock has noted that some of the local media that published on that evidence, they're now taking down their stories about it. I guess there's uncertainty as to whether these stories are being taken down at the request of the Kremlin, or potentially that the local media outlets that publish them, now that a deal has been reached with Prigozhin remains essentially on the loose, if you know what I mean, and that there could be repercussions of it. So that may be another reason it's coming down, but it's one more data point. Go ahead, Kitty.
Didn't I also see that Prigozhin had taken papers and intel from the headquarters in Rostov?
I didn't see that, but that's an interesting assertion. If you have a tweet on that, would love to see it. Sure, thank you. Jacoby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking that yesterday I think it was a post from Castus Belli who shared that pretty early on that what you were seeing coming out of Russia in the media and on social media platforms as well, very possibly could be worth giving some credence to, because the propagandists, the machine that sort of censors media, was caught unawares and very possibly couldn't keep up, and that it might be the purest form of information coming out at the moment because it just was happening so fast. And perhaps pulling back some of those stories now might have something to do with also the catch-up too of the apparatus that pays attention to that sort of thing. There's a name for the agency that I came across yesterday, a very long name that starts with, I think, a K. That's basically like the country's censorship agency.
Roskomnadzor.
Sorry,
I think it's
not a K.
I think it's Roskomnadzor. Yeah.
It has a K in it. I was close.
Certainly does. Yeah, I mean that's a possible outcome as well. A lot of this process is saying, hey, a thing is happening. It doesn't tell us what's going to happen next by itself, but that if you get enough of these data points, some of them will be significant in combination with others and will give you a bit of insight. So we're casting a bit of a broad net here. Running through the last couple of updates, starting with the fourth item back in the nest. So the tweet from Fane Greenwood. These are about the activities of the Chechens. And so they were a little bit slow to the party. It took Kadyrov several hours, I think, something like 10 hours, to issue his endorsement of Putin, which he ultimately did. But I guess maybe he felt like since he was slow to the party, he had more to say. And so he published some additional, chest thumping, saying that he was going to support Putin and that Prigozhin and Wagner had better watch out. The fourth item back continues that trend. And so that's a video of Chechen fighters who arrived in Moscow. And they took the time to film some more TikTok videos, making themselves look, like saviors. When I guess they showed up, when the dust had already settled, which is pretty consistent of them. So this is the next point. I don't have a tweet for this because I don't have a great reliable one, but I'm also hearing in some of the news updates chats that I'm in that there's apparently a video going around of of Chechen forces torturing somebody they claim was a Wagner supporter in in the revolt. And so I don't know how officially sanctioned it is. I don't know whether the person who is a supporter, claimed supporter of Wagner, was a member of Wagner or a member of the Chechens who just voiced support. But, there are reports going around that there's tension built up, and they're using it as an excuse to carry out a bit of violence as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The final point in this block, sixth item back in the nest, I made reference to it earlier. It's the tweet by Anton Gerashenko. And in it, he has some claims that, again, are hard to verify, but are interesting if true. Particularly his point number 2, where he made reference to the fact that some combat pilots who had been working for Wagner apparently are quitting because of their disagreement with the destruction of helicopters and planes of the Russian Air Force yesterday. And, given the importance of air power, if Wagner loses, those skilled pilots, that would decrease their overall effectiveness. I have, what do I have? One more? One or two more on the Wagner front, and then we'll move on to updates on the offensive for the last sort of half an hour or so. I'm sorry, I'm just sort of selectively editing as I go here. So this is, these tweets are about the impact on sort of a little bit more abroad, some of which we discussed. I already talked about Gazprom apparently reaching out and getting more involved in Africa. We had a conversation with with OPSEC about potential impacts from Africa, which is helpful. So I'll skip over those items. The items I've added to the nest, the first of which is a link to an article from the Middle East Eye talking about the implications of reduced Wagner power in Syria and in the broader Middle East, including connections financially to the United Arab Emirates. So that's another angle that I haven't heard a lot on. The second item back in the nest is just to highlight that lots of people are using these events to sort of grind their personal axes. And now some of these may be fair criticisms. Interestingly, this tweet, second item back, is from Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who he had a longer thread about the impact. The one point from it I've drawn out is his using it as a criticism of the democratic opposition of Russia, suggesting that they haven't come out strongly enough to, take advantage of this, and criticizing them, suggesting that change in Russia will not happen via the ballot box. Now, of course, that's Khodorkovsky's opinion. And he goes on to highlight the work of the, sorry, I've forgotten the name of it. It's the Free Russian Opposition. It's the Russian Action Committee, which is some political opponents who have left Russia and are working from the outside to, build a network that could facilitate change when the moment's right. So Khodorkovsky's using it, for political ends in the Russian diaspora. The third item back in the nest is a claim from Knoll Reports. This one's interesting to me. I need to go and find some confirmation of it. But while all of this was happening, Igor Girkin, who led Russian fighters in the Donbass from 2014, and who now appears to have quite a bit of latitude to be critical of the Kremlin, in the moment, his group put out an update essentially saying, hey, we're working on a policy response to this. We're going to draw together a big crowd of Russian nationalists, and you'll hear our opinion soon. And then apparently today he came out, and in his comments, he has called on Putin to resign, which is a huge step for him. And that's the sort of type of conflict that led Prigozhin to, the revolt in the first place. So having crossed that line in the sand, it will be very interesting to see what happens with Gherkin going forward. Again, he's one of those people who there has also been speculation that he has connections with the FSB, and that he is permitted to share his criticism because he's voicing sort of institutional criticism on behalf of the FSB. But since the FSB came out against Prigozhin, it strikes me that if Gherkin's now calling for Putin to resign, that probably goes beyond the mandate of whatever supporters he has. Okay, last block on the Wagner issue, which managed to fill almost all of today anyway. First item in the nest, this is the view from the United States. So first item in the nest is an article from the Washington Post that claims that U.S. spies knew this was building up from mid-June. That would be interesting. I saw one comment from Ukrainian sources claiming that the U.S. may sometimes exaggerate its knowledge of matters in hindsight, and that it sort of after the fact they're saying, oh yeah, we saw rumblings of it. Now that it's happened, those rumblings must have been related to this. But anyway, they are claiming that they saw it coming. I think it was based on the movement of heavy equipment near the Russian border by Wagner, which also suggests that the matter was being planned for quite a while. The second item back in the nest is about Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who appeared on, one of the Sunday morning political shows, Face the Nation. So Blinken appeared on Face the Nation, and this is the moderator from that show tweeting about it right after the show, because Blinken had said that the U.S. does not have answers about exactly who is in charge of the Russian military right now, in reference to the state of Shoigu and Gerasimov, that Blinken does not know what will happen to Wagner's fighters, and he does not know exactly what was in the Putin-Prigozhin deal. So it's interesting that the U.S. had insight into this building up, but that there are still a ton of unanswered questions, and that the U.S. Is admitting to it being in the dark as well. As a final point on the U.S. question, or U.S. connected matters, third item back in the nest, it's actually my tweet, just because the Wall Street Journal, it was in their live updates. They didn't have a standalone article, so I thought I would add it to Twitter. And it was announced that apparently the U.S. had been thinking about imposing additional sanctions on Wagner for its operations in Africa. But now it's going to delay the application of those new sanctions because, given the political uncertainty, for diplomatic reasons, they don't want to be seen to be taking sides as between the Kremlin and Prigozhin, which is my opinion on it is that that's a bit of a weird take. It seems like, who are you going to upset? If you apply sanctions on Wagner, you're definitely upsetting Prigozhin, but it seems like Prigozhin is not on the winning side of this. And to apply sanctions on Wagner, it's hard to see how U.S. policy on timing on this should be affected, but that's the stance they've taken. Kitty, you had asked about the level of knowledge of the United States. Did the points I raise answer some of the questions that you had?
Yeah, they did on the side of the U.S., but I'm still wondering, because Ukraine has such good intelligence, why didn't everybody know a little bit more?
Yeah, and so I think Ukraine also, some sources have come out and said that they also had insight in the last week or two that something was emerging. I just don't have a tweet ready to hand on that point. OPSEC, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the old adage, don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake, would come into play here. So if there was intel out there, implying that, this might be on the horizon. There's really no reason for the United States or for Ukraine to out that information or to play it up beforehand. So I think that was part of the calculus.
Yeah, now that you say that, duh.
Yeah, totally understandable. I'm not sure what either Ukraine or the United States could specifically have done. I mean, there may be, additional steps for information gathering, but there's probably not a lot that they could have done, kinetically, to interfere in the situation. Okay. So I'm going to shift over to some updates on the offensive. Then hopefully we'll have some time to get into, some details like equipment updates and the status of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and so on. So the items I've added to the nest. Oh, I see a couple of hands up. So I guess before I speak to it, I'll go to Jacoby as my co-host and then to Colby. Go ahead, Jacoby.
I just wanted to, before you get into that, speak to something you had spoken to much earlier about posts that were put out about the nuclear power plants, and I think you might have highlighted one from Igor Sushko, and I just wanted to put up in the nest something that was shared by a listener. To that point, I think you kind of warned people to, be careful about the conclusions that you're drawing and or amplifying. And I think a friend of the space might also be in the space. GeoConfirmed put out a post a little while ago, just to that, supporting your very point. That, before you're identifying yourself as someone who knows probably what you're talking about, that you might want to look more closely at the data, whether or not there is any data that would support, what you're sharing. And they point out that the particular tweet that he shared doesn't have any supporting data that they could find. So I just wanted to highlight that because it really supported what you were trying to illuminate earlier.
Yeah, sorry, was that with regard to the nuclear site in Russia, like the Voronezh storage site?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Because I saw that Sushko had a Twitter space just like this one going, focused on that item. And Igor occasionally will catch new items that others don't. He also catches a lot of things that just have never happened, which makes me nervous. And he is the one who talked about nuclear weapons potentially being loaded onto bombers a few weeks ago. So yeah, thank you for adding that GeoConfirmed sort of review or debunking of the claims. Colby, go ahead.
Thanks, Michael. I'm loath to challenge the wisdom of Napoleon and not interrupting your enemy when he's making a mistake. But I did say yesterday, or I put out a tweet about this, that I think that Ukraine may have had an opportunity to add a little bit to the chaos by striking at some targets within Rostov while Wagner was in control of the city. I think that there may have been some fairly strong merit to the idea that you could hit the two big rail stations and the river, or the rail bridge across the Don River. Those would be, pretty good targets at any time to hit. But especially while Wagner was in control of the city and there was a lot of chaos and uncertainty, and Russian air defenses may have very well likely been compromised in that situation. It seems like it would have been a fairly opportune moment, but the decision was not made. Obviously, Ukraine has the capability to do that with Storm Shadow, but I guess it's an open question whether they're willing to take the step of launching those kind of kinetic strikes on Russian territory, because they have happened in the past to some degree, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody can, but I don't know that we've seen a storm shadow strike on Russian territory so far, but I think that would have been a good opportunity to potentially do that, to add to the chaos and the disruption of Russian logistics.
I hear what you're saying, and when you talk about Russian territory, I'll point out that Russia doesn't make a distinction as between claimed territory, because there have been storm shadow strikes, of course, into Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory. So you'd think that they wouldn't make any more of a fuss about Rostov, but I hear what you're saying.
The Russians certainly don't, but certain NATO backers of Ukraine seem to make this arbitrary distinction still for whatever reason, even though I agree with you, the Russians don't care. They view Crimea just as much Russian as Rostov, and we know that Crimea has continues to be struck. So,
well, just because the control has changed from Wagner back to Russian regular forces, if they're going to make that decision, I don't think that precludes them from taking the step. But I hear what you're saying. We'll go to dry fly, and then I'll continue with updates on the offensive.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to pipe up right now just while you're on the Prigozhin thing. There seems to be two schools of thought, and I've been paying a lot of attention to a lot of spaces and a lot of commentary. One is that it was orchestrated by Putin somehow with Prigozhin, that it was all set up, all planned, it was organized well in advance. And the other one school is that it was for real. It was a real coup attempt, planned in advance also as well, and orchestrated by Prigozhin to try to trip the government, and it just failed. I just wonder, and I'd love to hear your take on it, because you guys tend to look more at data and less at your own internal narratives. Is it just possible that this was, if it was narrative, or excuse me, if it was orchestrated, it was orchestrated in the same way that Iggy Pop orchestrated music in the 1970s out of Detroit? And if you're not familiar with it, pull up some of the videos from old films of Iggy Pop, the kind of the godfather of punk, and it was just chaos, total chaos. It may look like music, it may look like they wrote a song, but it really was more of just a riot with guitars. And when this whole thing was coming out, it looked to me like it was completely improvised. Like, yes, they planned to start it sort of, but it just had a life of its own. And I'd love to hear your guys' take on that. And then the other one is that somehow this is an advantage to Lukashenko to have Prigozhin in Belarus, or it's an advantage to Putin to have. To me, it looks like they've put the fox in the hen house. I mean, if I were Lukashenko, I'd be terrified at the thought of having Prigozhin there, unless I knew for a fact that he was, basically cuffed in a cage. And so I just love to hear your takes on that. It doesn't have to be immediately in this thing, but throughout your spaces, if we could get maybe a little more fact-based suggestion of what you guys think that really went on, I would really appreciate that, because I'm not getting that analysis from anybody. It seems like people have already made their narrative and they've locked in on it, and I'll listen.
Well, this is the double sided nature of it, in that, if you want to ask somebody who is cautious and likes looking at information about what happened and hear their opinion, I can do that. But that means that I'm no longer referring to the data. Do you know what I mean? Because the evidence just doesn't exist as to motivation. But we'll deal with that in a moment. My thoughts on Prigozhin in Belarus. When you say it's putting the fox in the hen house, I just want to point out, we don't know, number one, that Prigozhin is actually going to go to Belarus. He hasn't said anything other than that cryptic, shush comic, finger to mouth. It's been pointed out that the description of the plan has come from Peskov, and we generally don't take Peskov seriously or as speaking truthfully on very much else. So, it's an open question as to whether he will go there, and if he does, what he'll do. When you suggest that Lukashenko would be terrified of him, maybe I'll question the premise of that, in that Lukashenko runs a country, and unless Lukashenko has been told by somebody who he fears that he has to be hands off Prigozhin, I don't see why Lukashenko would live in fear of Prigozhin. It strikes me that he's considerably more powerful. But again, that is opinion, and it's probably only mildly informed opinion. But several hands. So we'll go back to you, Dryfly, in just a second. I'll hold the point about what motivated Prigozhin, other than to highlight you back to the section where we discussed the opinions of Rob Lee, Michael Kaufman, Tatjana Stanovaya, as to what happened. And I tend to lean more toward Stanovaya, which is Prigozhin was desperate, and he was just, even though he planned it in desperation. And as per Kaufman, didn't have great victory conditions set out, and therefore it was sort of a comedy of errors, tends to be my opinion. But beyond that, I'll let others weigh in. So, Dryfly, did you want to speak, or shall we just go to other hands?
I was going to say that sounds like the Iggy Pop school of orchestration to me, that it was chaos and impulsive, improvised, and not carefully well thought out. And I tend to agree with that. But there seems to be such a strong bias amongst many that it was either an inside job by Putin or it was a real coup that worked out. And it just flies in the face of what we see out of the Russians, that they don't plan anything well. So why would this be the one thing that they actually planned and then it went according to what they thought it would go like? So that's my thoughts, but I've seen so little on that other than a handful of people that, like you just mentioned. And as far as Lukashenko worrying about Prigozhin, my thoughts on that are that Prigozhin seems to be able to put organizations together that can challenge governments, and Lukashenko is very, very weak in his government. That was my thought of why I would worry if I were Lukashenko. It would almost suggest to me that Putin is looking to push him out, but again, there's no data for that, so it's just my, just a gut check, and I'm just wondering what others would think, and I will listen so that others can speak.
Earlier on in the war, I saw some people talk about Lukashenko and how, because there was a narrative that he was a puppet of Putin. And then some people came back and said, well, he has successfully retained power in Belarus for something like 30 years. And so he may partly be playing a role of supplicant, but that, you don't maintain that role by being particularly weak. And so I find it hard to believe that Putin would turn to Lukashenko and say, Lukashenko, you must accept Prigozhin, contrary to Lukashenko's wishes, in a way where he felt he was really in danger. I just have a hard time believing that would be the way it turned out. Now, whether you think he's a danger or not, I don't get the impression that Lukashenko himself would think that. But we have some hands. I'm going to go to Colby and then Opsec.
Thanks. So two things, I guess. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. So you can have extremely thorough planning, very competent planning, and you can start executing that plan, but that is no guarantee that things are still going to go your way and end up the way that you had envisioned it in your planning. So, again, we don't have all the facts, so you're not going to get an entirely fact-based answer, because there's a lot of speculation no matter what, because we just don't have enough evidence to make firm conclusions one way or the other about what has happened. We definitely don't have enough evidence to make any determinations about what will happen. But it seems very unlikely to me that Wagner could have achieved what they did just completely spontaneously without any planning. That seems very unlikely to me. It is not simple to execute the maneuver that they did. It seems like, oh, well, they just drove into Rostov and then they drove up towards Moscow. Seems simple on the surface, not that simple in actuality. Military maneuvers are not simple operations. So there had to be some level of planning involved in this, right? Like they had transport trailers organized to move the tanks so that they could, actually get to where they were going a lot faster. They didn't, run out of fuel like the Russians did when they launched the special military operation. So there was absolutely a level of planning that was present in this. So I don't buy this was just purely spontaneous. And there are, intelligence assessments that are coming out from the United States that have been reported in the press that again suggest that this was in the works for some level of time. But the fact that it failed, again, to my point, that's not evidence that there was no planning, because it all fell apart. Things fall apart in execution all the time. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. So why did it fail? Again, this is where we're back into speculation about why did Prigozhin cut the deal. I can't answer that question. We just don't have enough information. What's going to happen in Belarus? Again, we just don't have enough information. We have one side of the story. We have what the Kremlin has released. And I'll just close by saying that the Financial Times reported that Prigozhin's press office told a Russian outlet that once he has good cell service, he'll be happy to speak to people and answer questions. So presumably sometime soon, we're going to hear Prigozhin's side of the story, because right now we've just heard whatever Peskov has put out there about the nature of this deal. We don't know too many details about what Prigozhin's understanding of this arrangement is. So hopefully we'll get some clarity on that in the future, because right now there aren't enough facts. You had narratives of one sort of another. That's all you're going to get right now. Thanks.
I agree with you on the planning in advance part, but I suspect, even though it can be a complicated matter, moving troops and getting logistics, it strikes me that perhaps more planning was applied thoughtfully to the how do we move around that, and what are our targets, which is perhaps a military perspective, then was given to what is our fallback plan in the event that things go wrong in this low probability way politically. So it may be that when Michael Kaufman says it doesn't appear that Prigozhin had good victory conditions defined, it may be that he had great victory conditions defined for one very specific set of circumstances that he expected to happen. The take Kiev in 3 days. Some have suggested that Prigozhin may have wanted leverage with Putin, and that he, almost completely expected to launch this effort, and that Putin would, come down trying to split the difference or potentially side with him, and that he was just unprepared when Putin came out strongly calling him treasonous. And it may be that the planning was, well, what do we do if things start to go wrong for us? That may have been missing, which is why we didn't see well-defined victory conditions under those circumstances.
Yeah, that's a great point. I would say that it was planned on the basis of faulty assumptions, perhaps, right? You can have a really good plan, but if the assumptions underlying that plan are faulty, i.e. you're just going to waltz right in, there's going to be minimal resistance, Putin's not going to push back, then they can all fall to pieces. Even if your plan based on those assumptions was great, if the assumptions are not true, then it's going to end in tears.
Right. Okay. OPSEC, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to push back a bit. Someone had been saying, and I think it was Dryfly, that people here have cemented their opinions. I don't think that's the case. I think most of the people who've spoken to this are very cautious in saying we don't have enough information. I would also push back on your punk reference, and I would say this is more like G.G. Allen going up on stage, defecating, and seeing what happens. So we don't have all of the information. And we're going to find out more in the future. But to say that there wasn't planning behind this, I think sort of undermines what we've actually seen. Rostov is a choke point. That is a major supply line and has been since 2014 when they were supporting the separatists. So by taking that shows a level of planning. And he might have been sort of shooting from the hip and, with this hope that some of the MOD assets or other organizations like Rosguardia would peel off and join them. They didn't. But at the same time, there was minimal resistance. There's no reason that he should have been able to, march those columns as far as he did before turning around with minimal bloodshed. So to say there was no planning, I don't think that's accurate.
Okay. Jacoby, would you like to go ahead?
Just a quick point on what one might think about would happen to Prigozhin or what he's going to do. Is he going to go to Belarus? Is he not? And I don't pretend to have any, insight into that. All that strikes me about it is that he sure did turn around pretty quick and stand down. But I wouldn't, I think it's interesting that people may be mistaking that for something that it may not be. That, for all the buildup that Colby and Dryfly and OPSEC and you are talking about, Michael, that it just doesn't seem to jibe in my mind that he would necessarily walk away so quickly and so apparently empty-handed, and that which just makes me think that there's a lot more that we have to sort of watch and see flesh out that's not on the surface. It just seems unlikely that someone who has positioned himself in the way that he has, with all the assets that he has, with all the resources that he has, is, standing down in that fashion, in the way that people are characterizing it as.
Yep. Thanks for that. I think OPSEC may have we're getting a couple of hands. So we'll go to OPSEC and then Colby, and then just FYI on timing to my co-hosts and our friends streaming the space and so on. We're at 3 hours. I'm inclined to go maybe about another half an hour, maybe get through 3 or 4 more blocks in my agenda just to cover the offensive updates and maybe a little bit on the equipment. Okay. OPSEC, go ahead.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, this isn't my final opinion, but from what I've seen so far, I think he gambled and he lost, but it wasn't catastrophic for him. Like I said, I think there was hope that, there would be some sort of collapse, and, if that were to happen, maybe he pushes it all the way. It didn't happen that way. But at the same time, you have Putin coming out and saying, this is mutiny. And, we're going to hold them responsible. And at the end of the day, we see amnesty, we see immunity, we see Prigozhin being sent to, or potentially sent to Belarus. What does this mean long term for the footprint in Africa? Does that stay under Prigozhin? We'll have to see. But it's not a total failure. So, regardless, I think Putin is in a much weaker position, and I think we need to see, what the shape of the MOD leadership looks like in a week, a month, a year, to really understand the ramifications of what happened over the last few days.
Yeah, it's hard to maintain that level of patience. Everybody wants to know right away, of course. We'll go to Colby, and then I'll go to Exit. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. If Prigozhin believed that if he proceeded on Moscow, he was going to get into a firefight in which he would lose, then his decision to cut a deal makes perfect sense. Again, that's just speculation, but that's one possible scenario in which he makes the calculation that I'm going to die if I proceed, so I'm going to make a deal because things did not go according to the plan that I had envisioned. Secondly, and this is something that our friend John Ridge had mentioned, the Americans were saying that one of the catalysts for this was that the MOD wanted to bring all Wagner troops under their purview, and that Prigozhin presumably is losing control over Wagner Group. And under this deal that is being reported now, presumably some portion of Wagner is still going to be under his control, although we don't know for certain because, again, we haven't heard his side, and we're just hearing the limited details out of the Kremlin. But they're saying that some Wagnerites are going to be transferred to the MOD and be given contracts, and then the rest are going to be pardoned and will not be prosecuted. So presumably they just go back to fighting in Ukraine under Prigozhin's purview. But again, we don't know for certain because all the details are not public. But those are two things to consider why he decided to make the deal.
And this is just more speculation, but I'll also point out there it's possible that Prigozhin just wasn't consistent in his risk appetite, in that if he felt like this was an existential fight, that may have given him the courage to initiate it. But it might not be that he evaluated completely rationally and thought, oh, my troops cannot take Moscow. It may have been a lack of nerves. And I'm sure people will say, oh, based on Prigozhin's character, he's so daring, he wouldn't have that happen to him. But I think it could be possible that he said, I must make this gamble. And then at the first offer of an out, where he thought this could work, it could be workable, that he accepted it, where continuing the gamble might have been more profitable. So in that way, he might not have been consistent across, the 30 hours with regard to how much risk he was willing to accept. I'll go to exit and then OPSEC.
Just to kind of extend what Colby was saying, with the idea that Prigozhin was starting to lose maybe a little bit of control of Wagner, and with things being so quiet right now, we really don't know what exactly is happening there. I guess I'm interested in who are the people in leadership positions there that we should be watching to see if they try and make a move of some sort.
I'm sorry, I missed it for a moment. The leadership positions where?
In Wagner, sorry.
Okay. OPSEC would be best positioned to answer that question. The only name I can give you is Utkin, but OPSEC, go ahead.
Well, it's difficult because I still don't think we know where Utkin is. I think I've seen one picture of him since 2017. Prigozhin is the end-all, be-all. So keeping an eye on him is your best course of action. As I think Random brought up before, I have been trying to figure out who Ukraine was claiming to have killed when they said they killed the chief operating officer of Wagner. I have not seen anything indicating who that might have been. My first guess would have been maybe Sergei Kim, but I haven't seen any news that he's been killed or is still active with Wagner. So it's all kind of happening behind these closed curtains, and there's really no one that I can point to tell you this is who you should be watching. I guess I would look at the GRU and their infrastructure and see how they respond to this, because they're really the only apparatus within the Russian state that has explicitly been, tied to and supporting Wagner when it comes to their leadership. it does appear that, some of the people in, the rank and file of the MOD do have support for Wagner. So maybe you could look at, Russian troops and see how they respond to this. What I would say is I don't think this is over. I think the fact that Putin had to back down is very telling. The fact that Prigozhin is still alive, I would recommend he stays away from tea, soup, and windows. But the fact that he was not killed is also very telling to me. And you can look at this and say it's quite literally crossing the Rubicon when it comes to armed revolt. It's just like Caesar crossing the Rubicon. He was in armed revolt and he's allowed to keep his life. That makes Putin look weak. And so I wouldn't look to, what's happening specifically with Wagner, though I think that's important. I would also look what is happening in the MOD, who keeps their positions, and, a month from now, where these folks are sort of focusing their attention. But Putin looks weak, and there might be other people with an appetite for taking advantage of this. We just don't know right now.
Although the fact that Prigozhin was able to withdraw would suggest that none of the rivers he crossed on the road to Moscow was yet the Rubicon. So the OSINT process of elimination would suggest that the next option would be the Oka River. That might be the Rubicon, but that would only be approaching it from the south. We have a new speaker, Bojar. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. It's been a pleasure listening to your space for a while now, and I had some thoughts about Prigozhin and the power balance between him and Putin. And I think the reason why he could go so far as he did is that, the political scientists of the Kremlin are not stupid. They know that there's a lot of apathy towards the war, and that even though how much cheap propaganda you get out there to the public, there's kind of, how should I put it, iffy sentiment towards the war. And a lot of Russian people are very aware of the level of graft and corruption that exists inside of the Russian military. So having Prigozhin there ranting against the military, ranting against the MOD, ranting against Shoigu, it gives credence to that good old Russian narrative of if only the Tsar knew. So having Prigozhin, pushing this line ahead, it's a good way of, letting off some steam, but at the same time, it puts Putin in a bind because he has always been, he's gray like a gray, boring cardigan, because his main strength is that he's able to make this, Solowiki, this strong personality coexist. And by doing this stunt, he's made a glaring error of the Kremlin's power vertical very public. That's all that I have. And again, thank you for that. This great space.
Yeah, thank you, Bojar. It has been said by several, if Prigozhin ceases to serve that role, and potentially I made reference to Gherkin recently appearing to call for Putin's resignation. If Prigozhin and Gherkin can no longer play that role of, if only the Tsar knew, you have to wonder whether others will be quickly minted into that role, but you think they wouldn't have the legitimacy to do it. And so some people are suggesting that that might result in a faster buildup now of tension in the population, because the concerns that seem evident to everyone are not being stated by somebody who has that outsider role. Okay, so I'm finally getting into updates on the offensive. I'll try and go through it fairly quickly because so much of everyone's attention was distracted by the Wagner events. There isn't a lot, but I'll draw your attention to the nest. The first item up there, I often like highlighting maps just to keep a sense of what's happening. Most of the maps haven't changed very much. I do like to highlight lots of different maps so you get different perspectives. The first item up in the nest I put up because it's a version done by Poulet Volant that highlights the change in territory over the last brief period. I believe in the last week in this case. So you can see that actual exchange of control. But the second item in the nest is my tweet that contains reference to a bunch of the great maps, including those by Poulet Volant Institute for the Study of War, Andrew Perpetua, who is a friend of our space, who drops in pretty regularly, War Mapper, and the map done by Project Owl, which is the Ukraine control map. I think I had also put the Ukraine control map up in the nest, so that's the third item. In case you want to see the, rather than just a change in territorial control, to see just the overall status of the front line. Sorry, just one moment, doing some admin stuff. Okay, looking at the fourth item back. So the fourth item back is the tweet that Jacoby put up about the concerns over control of nuclear items and the fact checking. So we'll skip over that one. The fifth item back is the UK Ministry of Defence daily update. The reason I put this one up is because they're one of the first to have just come out and said in their first point there that in recent days, Ukrainian forces have reset and are now again undertaking a major offensive. So that goes to the speculation people had made that Ukraine had slowed its pace just slightly. And perhaps we're reorienting, having learned some details about strength of Russian forces in various areas. So it's interesting hearing sort of confirmation of that from, a fairly reputable analytical outlet. The sixth item back in the nest is just for anybody asking, what is Ukraine doing in light of the Wagner revolt? And this was their only tweet on the matter from the Ministry of Defense, just saying we are watching. Which is interesting. We discussed in our space on the revolt yesterday that Ukrainian officials who were consulted privately said they didn't see any kind of a meltdown in terms of Russian defenders. And so I don't think there were significant territorial changes due to the revolt. However, there has been some progress. So the seventh item back in the nest, tweet from Knoll Report, is the idea that Ukraine has made some advances around Bakhmut, and there was a claim that they had actually pushed into the urban edges on the southwest corner of the city. Further to that, the eighth item back in the nest is a report from Ukrainians on the front lines saying that they had pushed Russia back across the Seversky Donetsk Canal, just south of Bakhmut. And so that's the flanks of the Russian forces that had kind of wrapped around and projected out to the north and south of Bakhmut, at least on the southern side, has been essentially pared back to a straight front line, is my last understanding of the situation, which is, important progress and does suggest that they could have access to the urban terrain, city proper, shortly. There are also some more speculative points that have come out in the last day or so. I'm going to put these up as a group just to say, I don't know if these are true or not, but they caught my attention for being potentially significant. So we'll run through just a few of them quickly. Oh, this one's taking a minute to put up. So they should appear in the nest in a moment. It's so this first point is with regard to a claim that the Ukrainians have accomplished progress on a crossing of the Dnipro near the Antonovsky Bridge, and that they had established a bridgehead. And so these are coming from only Russian sources. But you'll see the first item in the nest is a claim that Ukraine had managed to move 3 tanks across by ferry in an attempt to establish a bridgehead. That was yesterday. Then just this morning, there was a report from a second Russian source, the Two Majors channel, that said essentially Ukraine had established a small foothold, and that there was constant action of Ukrainian artillery across the river and the operation of special forces, and that Ukraine may have built up to 50 people on that bridgehead. So with multiple reports of it happening and it persisting with sort of fairly specific claims, it's hard to know whether it is. I know I've used the phrase bridgehead. It's hard to know whether it is a bridgehead literally for work toward establishing a bridge, or whether it's just extended raiding in efforts to execute fixing. And I just don't know. But others who, others who have greater insight could come up and let us know. And then I saw that Andrew, who does a lot of the mapping, has come to join us anyway. So Andrew, go ahead.
Hello. I just want to say something about these events going on, because I think it's unclear exactly what happened, what is happening. So I just want to go back in time a little bit. In May, I don't remember exactly what day. I have it marked on my map as May 20th, but I know it happened before then. It may have been more like May 10th or something like that. But in May, Ukraine crossed and created a bridgehead on this side of the river. Okay, so and the Russians, it's a town called like Dachi or something like that. Anyway, the Russians were really upset about this. They posted all sorts of videos of them shelling these Ukrainians who were in these houses. They were using this house that was like a bright red roof as their headquarters or whatever, and Russia kept shelling it. And the bright red roof was very kind of iconic, maybe is the right word. Anyway, so that was all going on for a while, and they established this bridgehead. They established it for it was really strong, and they were expanding out. They also took control over a few other islands that are south of this. And then right around the time when Ukraine was really getting a really strong foothold and beginning to powerfully expand south, suddenly the dam collapsed. It was very weird coincidence, So the dam collapsed and Ukraine had to basically abandon all of these positions. So now they're now in not the same position. Where they were before was more west, and now they are more east, much closer to the bridge. Whereas before, if you look at the island on the map, they were like in the middle of the island, and now they're on like the east of the island. But so now they're basically in the same spot, more or less. It's like maybe a half kilometer to the east, and they're building a new bridgehead in basically the same spot that they were last time. So this isn't necessarily a huge change. It's not like they're in a spot they've never been before. It's just that the dam collapsing kind of reset everything and made everything much more difficult. So now they're trying to rebuild back to where they were before the dam collapsed.
And so, Andrew, do you have an opinion as to whether it's a bridgehead in the literal sense of wanting to establish control so that they can have secure crossing points, or do you think it's more of a raiding, fixing operation?
Well, what they were doing last time is that they basically started kind of where they are now. They secured this. Then they started moving south, and they got all the islands south of here, and I think Ukraine was getting close to the point where they could start realistically planning to actually cross, because these are all like special forces type guys and recon, those sorts of guys. They're not trying to like move a force across the river right now. So they're just trying to like reestablish like all these like little bases, I guess, along all of these islands. There's a few key islands. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 key islands here. And so they had like total control over like 6 of them when the dam collapsed, and now they have to like rebuild everything.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up to update us on that. I'll go to Wolverine in just one moment, but to add to this general topic of crossing the river, I've added to the nest. It's now the second item back. Yes, so the first item is a link to Andrew's mapping efforts, so do have a look at that. The second item back is is a photo that was put up showing the current condition of the Kakova Reservoir, and you can see how dry and cracked the surface of it has become. I understand that some areas will have different soil condition than others, but some are pointing to this and saying, oh, well, it may be that there are some regions that are more passable than others. And in our space on Thursday, I put up a thread from David Helms noting that because there is still the natural river through the middle of the reservoir, he put up the crossing points of that river that were used in World War II, where the bridges were established on the theory that the World War II crossing locations would remain some of the best possible bridgeheads. Having put this picture of the soil condition in the reservoir up, we were chatting with friends of the space, like some of you probably know All Source News as a regular. I was chatting with him in some DMs, and he was of the opinion that it could be plausible as long as the soil condition is good, as it appears on the surface fairly deep down, that it could be a plausible option to cross with armor, even though it's quite wide open, that if there's a fair combined arms approach, including the use of artillery to suppress, ATGM teams, that the wide open terrain would also allow for a rapid crossing. So some people are talking about that as a possibility. But Wolverine, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. So the troops that are across the river, they're not established a bridgehead because they don't have the equipment for it. Now, what they are doing, and this is actually one of the most important things about it.
So Wolverine, I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry to interrupt you, Wolverine. I spoke too quickly on the loud and clear. You're coming in to me fairly broken. So I don't know if you're able to get to a slightly different spot or reconnect. Just to make sure it's not just me, right?
No, he's broken.
Yeah, okay. So sorry about that, Wolverine. If you can get to a different spot, just shoot your hand up again and we'll bring you in. But we'll go through a few more updates. One other point I wanted to raise, again, it's speculation, but it's now the sixth item back in the nest. It was some suggestion that some Chechen units had been drawn off the line. Some had been speculating that Chechen units that drove toward Moscow may actually have come from occupied territory. And some are suggesting they came off right around Mariinka in Donetsk. But I haven't seen specific confirmation of that. I just wanted, since people ask, well, what was the effect on the front line? That may have been one of the few specific consequences. Okay. So the next quick updates are, I'm going to run through them sort of quickly. I'm going to put them up more as a block rather than breaking out individual tweets. Several of these are now getting to be about a week old because we didn't get to them in our Thursday discussion. But it is with regard to strikes on Russian logistics, the railway lines. And so if you have a look at the first item in the nest, it refers to recent strikes on the Crimean connection. And so this is the Chonar Bridge. So that first tweet by Tendar actually includes a map. So I'll put this one up individually because it's a good overview of strikes along that one primary rail line that runs from Melitopol and Tokmak down into Crimea, and that there have been 3 or 4 strikes along that line just in the last 2 weeks. So that tweet from Tendar I put up is the overview. If you look in the block tweet on the strikes, you can see there are several videos of the strike, including the moment that the missile hit. There's a simulation that shows how, so the simulation in that video for attack style is actually for a German missile, but it apparently works similar to the Storm Shadow. And then you can see in the tweet with the video for Chonar BDA for battle damage assessment that there's a big oblong break in the surface of the bridge, and people were saying, oh well, I mean, that wouldn't affect the bridge all that much. It's a couple of square feet knocked out of the surface. But the way those munitions are used is they strike through the surface of the bridge, targeting the pylons, the support columns. And it's believed that that's what happened with this strike as well. So that bridge, while not destroyed, may be structurally unsound now. But I see that Wolverine is back, so we'll go to Wolverine on the previous points on the offensive. So Wolverine, if you're there, you can go ahead. You may be muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, sounding good.
Okay. So what I was saying before is that 50 troops is not a bridgehead. Usually what happens is when you do any kind of operations like that and the engineer assets, what you do is you send over 2 groups. The first group you actually send over, which is like the most important, is actually a security element. And that security element, like I said, its main job is to secure an area so much far out from where you're going to cross at to clear out any enemy forces and stuff like that. Now the second part of it, which actually is another very important part, is you're going to have basically what's called an engineer reconnaissance team. Now what that engineer reconnaissance team does is they're going to go out and they're going to check the soil, they're going to check the composition of everything, they're going to check the terrain, and they're going to be the ones that say, hey, yes, we can use this as a bridgehead or a place to start putting the bridges down. So those are the guys that are going to be over there. Those aren't the guys actually establishing for the bridgehead. The bridgehead won't actually get established until the actual engineer assets come in and start putting the bridges down. Because even if you start a bridgehead and everything's fine, you may not know what happens halfway across, whether the bridges are getting hit by artillery, which if you do that, because all they are is barge sections that are pushed into place by boats, and that can affect it too. So sometimes you may have to, you have to take that in consideration as well. So 50 troops, when they go over there, that's not really an actual bridgehead. That's just your security elements and engineers and all that providing security and making sure that that place is actually feasible and good enough to actually do a bridge landing. Now, when you start seeing on the Ukrainian side all the trucks backing up to the river to start dropping the ribbon bridges. Yeah, ribbon bridges. Those are the ones that basically they hit the water and they open up, they lock them into place, and then they start using boats to actually push those different sections into place as well. Well, that's actually where the bridgehead starts, and then it completes, and goes across from there. And that's the Army and the Marine Corps basically do the same thing when they do the bridging operations. But just saying the guys over there is like, oh, that's a bridgehead. You won't know until they actually start laying down the bridges.
Well, that's a good point. I appreciate that. Literally to lay bridges, is you would need to see those steps. Given the initial Russian claim that several tanks were brought across by ferry, I do wonder whether would it be a similar thing, even though you wouldn't need to see the mechanisms of the bridges being set in place. If they were going to do a ferry crossing initially, I presume they would still need a fair bit of prep on the sort of ferry launch points. Is that fair to say as well, Wolverine?
I would say so. We in the U.S. military, we typically don't do ferrying operations. We are capable of it, and they've done stuff like that. But typically, from what I've seen when I was in, a lot of it was just setting up the actual bridges with the pontoon sections to go across.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Jacoby, go ahead.
Was I wrong to have recalled seeing for the Chongar Bridge, if I have the pronunciation right, that it was not long after that strike that there was some footage being shared of pontoon or ribbon bridges, like you were describing, Wolverine, that had already been laid basically underneath it, and that there were those long lines of traffic waiting to cross the bridge as well. But the military seemed to be utilizing those. I think they look like how you described a ribbon bridge.
Well, I don't know the nature of the bridge they were using, but you're right that they did create a bridge, a temporary, like a floating bridge. It may have been shared by several people, but I remember it being shared by DEFMON. So you're right in remembering that. I still think, my understanding is that Chonar Bridge is not a rail bridge, that there is in that same region, a little to the southwest, a separate rail crossing, which I'm sure will be a high value target. I don't recall if it's been struck in the 2 or 3 days. All of the Wagner stuff has kind of distracted me, but it seems like Ukraine has very systematically been trying to take out all of those bridges as per the Tendar tweet that's in the nest as the third or fourth item back. And so that rail bridge near Chonar would seem to be one of the next high value targets. Wolverine, go ahead.
So I was replying. So I don't know if it was Exeter or Jacoby. Yeah, the ribbon bridges are basically like, if you look it up, what they are is they're going to have this big assembly, and it kind of looks like a burrito in a way, but it'll be back on a truck. And if you ever watch the videos of it, what it does is it slides into the river, or wherever they're setting it up, and then it opens up on its own. And that's one part of the section of the ribbon bridges. That's what we call them. They might be using the same term over there, I'm not sure, but those are the ribbon bridges. And those actually get put in place by boats. And then also, depending on how bad or how swift your current is on the river, those boats actually will also be used to stabilize the bridge, because at different areas you may have a different type of current, whether you have 30 feet of water under the bridge, or you have 4 feet of water under the bridge. But the boats can also be used for that. But those are the ribbon bridges, and those are the only ones that they would actually be able to use for that type of operation. And people say pontoon bridges, and I've said this before a long time ago when all this was starting, that a pontoon bridge literally is pontoons. It's like, and in some cases they're like big rubber rafts, and they have bridge sections that actually go across them, and literally it's big, really big rubber boats. I crossed one and I was in Iraq, and it was the scariest thing I ever did because I thought I was going to die with their heavier trucks that went across it. But it's just weird when you're sitting here relying on a bridge section that is on these rubber boats. And the way you tell the differences is, like I said, you see the one picture where the bridge sections open up. Well, on an actual legit pontoon bridge is they'll have all these rubber boats, spaced so far apart. And then what'll happen is you'll actually have about 6 feet above it, you'll actually have a legit actual bridge that goes all the way across and to the other shore. And if you look it up, pontoon bridges, you can actually see what the differences of pontoon bridges are compared to ribbon bridges. Ribbon bridges are faster and easier to set up, especially if you're in a combat situation. Pontoon bridges take a little bit more time, but we in the U.S. military, we haven't used pontoon bridges in God knows how long. So I don't have any experience with actual pontoon bridges.
As as an interesting point, I think in the last week, I believe I saw Germany had committed 4 more bridging systems to Ukraine. So it's great that they're getting more capacity, in regard to that. I'm at the point where we're almost done. So I'm just going to cherry pick a couple of updates, and not sort of run through whole subjects. On the bridge front, the last 2 points I want to raise are the first item in the nest makes an interesting argument. Clearly, Ukraine is systematically attempting to destroy the bridges along this rail line. Marcus, in this tweet, is suggesting that he thinks that destruction of that rail line will be one of the triggers for the primary or the main portion of the offensive. In that, I've seen some people suggest that Ukraine is engaging in a strategy of attrition at the moment, and only once the attrition portion is done, that will trigger the main portion. I've also seen suggestions that it's a probing effort to determine gaps in Russian defense lines, and that once they have a good enough sense of the distribution of Russian forces, then that will trigger, the main offense will be aimed at the weaker points. But I actually kind of like this idea that instead, one of the necessary conditions for the offense, the main portion of the offensive to begin, will be the destruction of this logistics chain. And to that end, the second item in the nest is a tweet by Covert Shores, who noted that there appeared to be repair barges underneath the Kerch Bridge, which the Russians have been arguing, they've repaired. But my understanding is that it's still not running full rate rail transit, and that it's been noted some of the columns near where the explosion happened appeared to have cracks on them. And so the appearance of a repair barge underneath, it could just be inspection, but it could also mean that they're having continued problems with sort of the fundamental structure of the bridge, which, is good news. Not as good as if the bridge was struck again, but it's still progress. So cherry picking a couple of news items. You'll have to bear with me. I may be slow to get them in the nest as I proceed, but the first I'm putting up is from H.I. Sutton, which is on the upcoming test of the Poseidon, which is the Russian nuclear-powered torpedo that they're sort of touting as a wonder weapon. And I think this had been pre-scheduled, but I would suspect that the Russians may make a lot of noise about it in an effort to sort of distract from the negative news that they've had this weekend. I've also put in the front of the nest a link to the New York Times article with their expert analysis on the Kakova Dam, and their conclusion was that explosives were used in the destruction of that dam. That's the gift. That's a link to a gift article, so hopefully you can get through and read it. I've seen some pushback which says that the analyst's opinion is decently founded, but that it's not conclusive, and I think that's the fair way to state it. I am continuing to see little pieces of evidence. For example, the turbine hull, as the water level fell, has essentially been drained, and others who are arguing it was more of a structural collapse that wasn't intentional, are saying that there aren't blast marks inside the hall. So the position I can take is that it's still not definitive, but additional information keeps slowly trickling out. So hopefully we will have a clearer answer fairly soon. I also wanted to highlight that Ukraine is making, so I'm putting this up as a whole block. This is regard to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, that Ukraine is making a lot of discussion around the fact that Russia has mined some of the cooling systems, and they have repeated over several days, including Zelensky specifically raising a warning about it. We had in an expert on nuclear power, Mark Nelson, to chat with us about a week and a half ago, and he gave us some reassurance that the system was in a fairly safe state from the reactor's perspective, but that if forced to withdraw, this was not Mark's point. Mark was reassuring and said that while it's a dangerous situation, it had reached a fairly stable level of risk. However, there is now this risk being raised by the Ukrainians that if the Russians were to withdraw, then they may cause damage to the plant via the mining of the cooling systems. And because they've raised it several times, they seem to be very concerned about it. So I want to put it on the radar, since so many unexpected things have been happening lately, that if you hadn't heard about this, at least now you've had it in front of you. There was also an interesting investigation development that came from the investigation into the destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines. I'm putting it up. This is from Oliver Alexander. This one was interesting to me because the claim is that the damage to the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines appear to have different characteristics to them, one of them being far more significant or violent than the other. And some people are fairly confused as to why there should be a distinction between them. So I would encourage you to follow Oliver Alexander's work on that. He's been very dogged in his coverage of it. And I suspect that if anybody gets to the bottom of it, he'll be right on top of the subject. Let me see. I'll put up the usual reminder that if you look at the agenda, then you'll see there's some additional material on things like the Ukraine Recovery Conference, on the African peace mission to Ukraine that occurred last week. These are super important topics that unfortunately we just seem like we never have time to get to. But the reading material is there if there are things that interest you. While I think he's still with us, we'll put up reference to this accounting error that the U.S. Department of Defense announced with regard to presidential drawdown of equipment provided to Ukraine, because Colby has been super on top of this, and he's the one who broke it. I'll put up his version of the tweet in a moment. The one that I've put in the nest is just the one that includes the actual video of the announcement, but Colby is really the one who has brought it to the public's attention on Twitter. So Colby, did you have any additional comments you wanted to make on the 6.2 billion that's available? Do you have any idea whether that might be allocated soon?
I don't have any specific timeline on when it will be allocated, other than I suspect that it needs to be in this fiscal year, which means by the end of September. So it's still several months, but it is, quite a bit of cash. Although they could get Congress to reappropriate it for the next fiscal year, so that they don't have to spend all of it this fiscal year. So there are a few possibilities, I suppose, on the timing of how that money will be spent. I suspect that we'll probably have a new package maybe in this coming week or the next one. There's usually a package announced every 3 weeks or so, I think. So I suspect there'll be another one soon. So I guess that's the main question is, does the Biden administration decide to spend all of it this fiscal year, or do they ask Congress, given that they're in the middle of the appropriations process right now, to reappropriate that money for the next fiscal year with some additional funds, which is an ongoing debate, whether there will be more money appropriated as part of the budget appropriation process that's happening right now, or if there's going to be a standalone supplemental that might include Ukraine aid and additional military funding on top of what gets done through the regular order appropriations process. So it's all very complicated in DC as per usual, but I will be doing my level best to stay on top of that topic. So stay tuned for more on that. I guess I'll just close by saying that, when this news broke, all the usual suspects were laughing and engaging in all the usual antics about, oh, what? They misplaced $6.2 billion? No, they didn't misplace anything. It's just a case of some bureaucrats at the Pentagon not following the correct policies that they're supposed to. So they were just valuing the equipment in the incorrect manner. They were valuing it at the replacement cost of the equipment rather than the depreciated value of the equipment that was being sent, which is what they were required to do by policy. So they did it the wrong way. Now they're going to do it the right way. And after, the audit caught this, they've determined that the equipment, the weapons, the ammunition that were provided were overvalued by $6.2 billion. And they can send that amount of equipment more now on top of what's already been sent without any additional funds having to be appropriated. So there's really no impact on the American budget or anything along those lines. It just the White House says that it didn't constrain their ability to send things, which is not true, I would say, but that's what they're gonna come out with. But at the end of the day, there's more money available to send needed munitions to Ukraine, which is a good thing.
Okay, well, I appreciate that you stay so on top of it. I know I've said, regularly that I appreciate when people pick one subject that they'll really focus on and really try to cover it thoroughly. And for Colby, he does a great job covering Congress's allocation of systems, not just what Congress does, but also some of the contracting involved and the capacity expansion in the U.S. military industry. So you probably want to check out Colby's profile for that. Some last points I've put up in the nest with regard to weapon systems to Ukraine. Two interesting points. One is that the U.S., I think it's, somebody will correct me. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just confirm it by clicking through myself. That it was, I think it was the Congressional Armed Services Committee, or was it the Foreign? Anyway, regardless, a new resolution has been put out by Committee of Congress calling on the Biden administration to provide ATACMS missiles to Ukraine immediately. Previously, there was a legislative effort that would have allocated money in the next appropriations bill for the military, and would have called on the Pentagon to provide a briefing to legislators on the availability of ATACMS. But this new resolution is calling on the provision of ATACMS immediately, so it's a bit of a legislative ramp up. Then maybe the last point I'll raise is in that same first tweet in the nest, where it says that Ukraine aims for a permanent army of 500,000. That was a fairly new announcement, and that is the application, that applies after the war is over, because obviously the Ukrainian military at this point is over 500,000, but their stated goal is to retain 500,000 personnel on a permanent basis, which I thought was pretty interesting. So I'll go to Jacoby and then Wolverine, and then after that, round of discussion, we'll probably wrap up. Go ahead, Jacoby.
You were correct. It's the House Foreign Affairs Committee that introduced that resolution.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was a couple of days old, so it had slipped my mind. Appreciate you looking it up. Wolverine, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, so the only issue that they're going to run into the ATACMs is the PRSMs. So the PRSM is the replacement that is the replacement munition for the ATACMs. It's got better range. You can actually carry 2 missiles vice 1 in the same pod. But the issue is that the United States doesn't have enough of the PSRMs yet because they only started producing them within the past couple of years. So the U.S. only has, if I remember correctly, the number is like 2,000 ATACMs. But until the U.S. can get a significant amount of the PRSMs so that they don't have to worry about the ATACMs, and I don't think that the U.S. military will want to give up that capability until they have enough of the PRSM munitions on stock. And that's just like artillery. They can only give so much artillery before they run out, and they can't give any more. And the same thing is happening with the ATACMs and the PRSM missiles or PRSM rockets.
Thanks for that, Wolverine. I think Colby has a point to add.
Thanks. So PRSM isn't even in serial production yet, actually. It's still sort of in the commissioning phase. And as for ATACMs, I suspect that American ATACMs inventory is significantly less than 2,000. I don't know the exact number, but it's not that high based on the fact that a number of them, quite a few of them were expended during the first Gulf War. I don't recall if any were fired in the second Gulf War. But I don't think they had quite as many as 2,000. But I would just say that there's no requirement for PRSM to be in serial production in order for ATACMs to be provided. There have been some people on Twitter who have been suggesting that, ATACMs itself isn't even in serial production, which is wrong. It's in production still for a number of foreign customers around the world. I don't know whether the U.S. Army or the Marine Corps have their own active orders right now. They were taking delivery of new ones, I think, as most recently as 2020 or 2021. They are actively upgrading the existing inventory to the newest standard, but none of this is necessary for them to be sent. Obviously, there will be officials in the Department of Defense who will not want to part with ATACMs because they feel that they need to maintain the current inventory, but the president can just tell them, no, we're going to send them anyway. I would argue that the United States does not need to maintain a large inventory of ATACMs right now. They can afford to send a number of them to Ukraine, and they should want to send a number of them to Ukraine because you should want to demonstrate the efficacy of the newest ATACMs variants, which have not seen combat anywhere in the world, and it is very important to demonstrate the effectiveness of your weapons in combat, especially since ATACMs is a system that Taiwan has ordered and will be taking delivery of in the future, and you want to demonstrate to China the ability of ATACMs to penetrate Russian ballistic missile defense systems. That's very, very, very important to maintain credible deterrence. So it is very much in America's interest to send ATACMs to Ukraine, no question whatsoever. It's just a matter of whether the president is going to be willing to tell the Pentagon, no, we're going to do this, even if you think that we need to keep them.
It also sounds like a $6.2 billion accounting error could buy quite a number of ATACMs. So your two interests may converge. Wolverine, go ahead.
The thing is ATACMs are great because of what they can do. But the thing is the long-range targets, they're able to hit them already with different types of munitions from foreign countries. The ones they got the Brits from, I forgot what the name of them already, which is insane. But the thing is that they still need, and this is what is a priority, is they still need armor, okay, whether it's Bradleys or tanks, because yes, ATACMs and the other stuff from the Brits is awesome because they hit the long-range targets, but in the end, no matter what happens, you have to have the troops and the vehicles on the ground to take that terrain and to hold it. You cannot have that terrain. You can hold that terrain, but if they don't have the troops to hold it, what good is it? ATACMS is a support element or a support weapon that supports the mission of what is going on. The Bradleys, the M1A1s, the 113s, all that other stuff, that is literally where the rubber meets the road, and that is the equipment that they need more of, because that is what they need to be able to take back, if they want everything back from where it used to be from 2014. That is the equipment that they need more than they need ATACMS, which the U.S. is going to be hesitant about getting or giving up because of how few they may have. So if I was someone in that case, I would want more armored vehicles from the U.S. because Ukraine also has their Hirim 2s, which are going into, if I remember correctly, they're going into serial production as well. And that is their own organic built weapon system that can do the mission that the ATACMS can do out of the HIMARS and the MLRSs. I would spend that money. If it's $6.2 billion, I'd be like, hey, I need more armor. I need this. Why? Because everything that the Russians have, whether it be BMT B2s, BMP1s, everything up to even T-90s can be taken out just by a Bradley alone. And so, if I'm a ground commander, I want more armor. I want more javelins. I want more NLAWs. I want more AT4s. That's the stuff I need, because that is the stuff that you need to take the ground and to hold it. And that is the equipment that you need to kick Russia out of Ukraine completely. Okay? You cannot win a war with air power only. You cannot win a war with munitions only. It is ground troops, tanks, artillery. That is what wins a war. That is what gains you your ground, and that is what gets you back your country.
Thanks, Wolverine. So we'll go to Colby and then Area 51. Go ahead, Colby.
Thank you. I would not disagree at all that it's very important that Ukraine's army units on the ground have the necessary equipment, particularly the armor that they need. That's very important. They definitely do not have the level of mechanization with top of the line, or at least a lot better than Soviet BMPs that they really need. They need many more Western infantry fighting vehicles. This is very key. They need a lot more Bradleys. There's main battle tanks are starting to come in. They definitely need more of those, but I think the IFVs is really important to have every Ukrainian infantryman to be a true heavy mechanized infantryman, because that is their actual doctrine and TONE. They don't have, they're not supposed to have any just leg or motorized infantry. If I recall correctly, all of their infantry is supposed to be mechanized in an infantry fighting vehicle. They just have never been able to actually execute that due to lack of funds to procure enough IFVs to get there. So that should be the goal, no question, to get all of their infantry properly mechanized in a Bradley or a CV-90. That's very, very important. So wouldn't disagree with that at all. That's key to the success of their offensive operations. That said, long-range precision fires is very important for shaping the battlefield and preparing for those ground operations. It's a lot harder for those infantrymen on the offensive if they're going up against Russian forces that are still heavily entrenched and very well supplied. So having the ability to deep strike at Russian logistics centers and command and control, take out their own artillery parks, this is all super important, and it's going to make it a lot easier for those infantrymen once they go into the fight. And no number of Bradleys or any other system, I think, can really overcome the fact that if the Russians are still well entrenched, well prepared, well supplied, and they have a lot of artillery behind them, it's still not going to go very well. So those long-range Fire's still very important. You know, this is combined arms. All the pieces of the puzzle have to work together. So I'm not saying that Ukraine should get 100 ATACMS. I think that even, you know, a modest number of them would provide a big advantage, because although, yes, Ukraine already has Storm Shadow, which is a very capable missile, having a ground-launched tactical ballistic missile gives you a lot more operational flexibility than having an air-launched system, because an air-launched system takes time to get up into the air, right? And a ground launch system that can be fired from HIMARS or M270, which Ukraine is already using, the response time for a fire mission is just vastly quicker to be able to get that missile onto a target that's been identified, compared to having to get a fighter jet up in the air and have that Storm Shadow launched at subsonic speeds as well, compared to, you know, the hypersonic speed of a ballistic missile. So I think that there is very strong merits for ATACMS. I don't think that having Storm Shadow in Ukrainian hands removes the necessity of having ATACMS. And I would say that I don't think that there's any evidence that HRIM-2 has entered serial production. John Ridge isn't here. He could be able to answer that question fairly definitively, but in his absence, based on my discussions with him, I don't think that that's the case, that HRIM is in serial production. It's still a matter of debate whether HRIM even is an operational missile system or not. That's definitely not something that we have total clarity on. So,
Area 51 and Michael, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there actually is already news articles out on the web saying that the HRIM-2 is in production. Okay. 2, right now there is no system that Russians have except for Iskander that can outrange HIMARS. Not even the BM-30 Smerches outrange HIMARS with just the munitions they're using. Okay. 2, artillery. They have our 777s, they have the PZH-2000s, and they have our M109er A6s. Those guns, the reach out and touch. The only gun system that outranges any of them systems is the 2S7 Pions with the 203 millimeter guns. Now, the thing is yes, in combat, and just so you know, I mean, I don't know if you're a civilian or not. You may be. I don't know. I'm actually an infantryman. I was one of the guys who would call for artillery. I was one of the guys who would sit there and do the combat operations of clearing the trenches and all that fun stuff. But the thing is yes, you want to take out the logistics, you want to take out the command and control if you can. But if you don't have those assets available to you, well, guess what? You go back to your infantry, because no matter what, the infantry is the basis of everything that you do. The problem is with Ukraine, unlike the United States, is that in the United States, we base everything off of infantry. The infantry is the main focal point, whether it be mech infantry or light infantry. Everything else is a supporting asset to the infantry. Okay. Yeah.
So
what I'd like to take out.
I think we're all more or less on the same team. So I don't know that we need to debate the value of ATACMS at too much length. What I would just say is that there's probably a ratio of dollars to be spent on, armored vehicles, Bradleys, and so on, and that as a ratio of the money spent on that to the ratio allocated, potentially both dollars and sort of political cost to ATACMS, I'd suggest that the amount for ATACMS ideally is non-zero. And I hear that you're saying that perhaps the number is so low it's not meaningful, but I'm not too worried about debating about the ATACMS, but I do appreciate your on the ground experience. I wanted to bring in, if he's still here, but it looks like we lost Area 51. Okay. I guess final point is my last understanding of the matter. Oh, I guess he's been summoned. John Ridge. I was going to speak to the HRIM production, but I think John can inform us. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. So as to firm to production, or FAPSIN as it's alternatively called, we don't really have good, firm, definitive information as to what the status of the development program, well, development and production program is. There have been some offhanded comments in various Ukrainian media outlets. I believe Army Inform, which is basically the news outlet run by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, that referenced it being operational and having been used in combat. I've seen no evidence of that. I haven't seen that claim reiterated by any other source. And my assumption is that if that is in fact true, they probably would have made a much bigger deal out of it, considering how significant a capability that is for them, as well as obviously that is, very positive impact on Ukrainian morale. So at the moment, I'm operating under the assumption that it's probably not operational, or if it is, the number of missiles that they have available is extremely small, probably single digit.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I think with that, I'll wrap up for tonight. I know we spent a lot of time again on the Wagner Revolt updates, and that unfortunately we didn't get to some of the econ stuff. But do check out the written material in my agenda. If you click on the first item in the nest on the left or first item on the right, it'll take you through so you can see the reading material. A reminder that our next conversation will be this coming Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I will quickly put the invitation to that space back up, if you just bear with me. And that way you can set your reminder. And I guess that I'll conclude then with a thank you to everybody who came to listen to us tonight. I always appreciate the great discussion that we get going. I'd like to thank all of the people who came up to speak. I would remind you that these people have been following the war, and they're great OSINT accounts in general. So I'd encourage you to look at their profiles and consider giving them a follow. And I'd like to thank my co-hosts, Exit Jacoby, for sticking with me. Normally we aim to run 3 hours. I know I said I'd go over by half an hour, and I think I nailed it, so I'm pretty proud about that. And I hope that I will see you guys all for our discussion on Thursday night. And with that, I'll say have a good night.